house.
Okay, you guys knew there was a problem with her in the beginning.
I will go fucking head to head.
All right, what happened? What's up with the... All right, guys. All right, guys, we should be starting here in just a moment. We just got 3 people so far in for the tournament. We just got a couple more, like 2 more users that we're going to be waiting on. So we're going to see what's going on with that, guys. But while we're waiting for that, we can go ahead and discuss a few things if you guys like. Let's see here. Okay. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. All right, so it's 4 of us. Okay, so far 4 of us, which is perfect. Which is really good, guys. Let's try to see if okay. Chair all fixed up. Okay. Do we still have the timer going on? I'm not even sure if we do or not. Yeah, we do. I said 1 minute, so I guess we'll start in about 1 minute, guys. What's up, Thomas? You got bad news. No. No. And Thomas, by the way, are you on our Discord, bro? I want to make sure you're on there, man, because I'm adding a lot of new things. I'm updating Discord, guys, like crazy, okay? Discord, I have it set to where you guys can see when I'm live. I have the announcement section. I'm even putting change logs, so whenever I add something new to the server, you guys can see it. Oh man, why is it showing me though? All right, so I have to fix it to where it doesn't show that I'm live. And also, by the way, guys, if you are a Patreon, Twitch subscriber, anything, in the promotion room on our Discord, I have it set to where it automatically announces that you're live. As long as you got your Twitch connected to your Discord account, it should automatically be fine. My phone had to delete everything. I can't ever download Line Me back. Oh no. What was your login method? That could be a really bad thing. Really, really bad. It's not good, man. But yeah, guys, I added a lot of things. So hopefully, if you haven't checked out Discord now, make sure you check it out, guys. A lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool stuff. Okay, well, let's see what we got. What's up, Solid? What's going on, bro? How are you, man? Yeah, right now we're gonna kick it off with some retro Bomberman. We have a week 1, second day tournament. After today's session, with this probably only take about 20 minutes to be honest. We're gonna switch over and probably do Bleeding Edge or some Resistance of Resident Evil. It is available on Steam and Xbox. As long as the beta's still rolling, we'll play it. If not, we still got some Bleeding Edge to go through, guys, because they are doing an event where you get like a Sea of Thieves package or something, like some kind of item that you can use in the Sea of Thieves game. So definitely want to participate in that and just get the free item. But you download for okay. Still, I gotcha. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay, Thomas, I'll have to check it out, bro. I'll have to definitely check it out. All right, so I think this is about to start now, guys. Hopefully we can get started here in just a moment. Okay, so I think it's just gonna be 4 of us here, guys. So let's go ahead and do this. Who am I connected as? I'm player 3. Okay, so player 1. Here we have it, guys. I'm gonna be the red team. Let's go. And hopefully I can play this game good. We're about to find out though, guys. We are definitely about to find out. All right, here we go. Showtime. Let's get the show on the road. Uh-oh. No, I killed myself. Come on, Trix. Wow, I don't like this D-pad on this Xbox controller. I should have swapped it out. I'm really not feeling it right now, guys. Ugh, I screwed up. I screwed up. Let's make sure everybody's controls are working. I'm glad I didn't lose my... Yeah, you won't though, Thomas. Make sure you put all the information and update it so you guys don't lose your account. Live Me doesn't count. I don't think they... I don't know. Their system is a bit weird, I guess. Alright, am I still player 3? Yeah, I'm player 3. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, okay, I think we're good. I think we are good, guys. You know what? We'll go ahead and do the robot. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do this. We gotta try to win this one. Gotta try to win this one, guys. We got this. Don't worry. Should have practiced a little more in the game, but it's all good. We're gonna get through this. Wow. All right, we gotta be very careful here, guys. Wow. That kamikaze got me wrecked, yo. Alright, we gotta survive it, guys. Yo, player 3, nice. Alright, let's try this again. Next round. Here we go. Okay, we got a little delay here, guys. I was gonna go live last night, but I'm not gonna lie with you, Thomas. I was doing a lot of outside of the stream things, and by the time I looked at the time, it was like 3 in the morning, and I said, you know what? I'm not gonna go live. There's no way I could have pulled in 4 hours. There ain't no way, dude. I was too tired. There's nobody on voice chat anyway on Viz. So I'm gonna go ahead and just back out of here. Now, I have a lot of updates I still need to do on our server though, guys. I need to fix this. Okay, so I have it to where it shows that I'm going live on the stream updates plus the other thing. I don't want to do that, so I'll have to update that later, actually. All right, I think everybody's ready, guys. I really need to get me some like kick. Once I get some kick, guys, we're in good shape. All right, we got the pink guy, which is I don't have kicks, and that really puts me in a bad spot. Yes, we got the kick, guys, which is good. Wow. I'm gonna die. Oh! Yes! We did it. Woo! Woo! Come on, bro. I'm trying, bro. Okay, we did it, though, guys. We got it. All right, let's get this next round. Yo, as long as we got kick, we're good. Oh, I kick like a soccer player when I'm playing Bomberman, guys. I really do. Don't have much of an option here. I need more bombs, guys. No. I didn't get it. Dang it. I didn't grab kick, guys. I'm in bad shape right now. I can't do much without a kick. Not much I can do here until some people get eliminated. That's good. Wow. This is bad, guys. Yes! Woo! I got two of them. Whoa! That was so close. I'm focusing. I'm focusing, guys. Okay, here we go. Next round. Dang it. Blow the walls up. Come on. Oh, wow. We got two skulls. Not good. Alright, well, we're gonna let that do its course, do its thing. Okay, come on. Yes, kick. Oh, I'm so glad we got kick, guys. I feel so vulnerable without it. You know what I'm saying? Alright, if we can get ourselves a dinosaur, it'd be nice. Looks like we're not gonna be able to grab that one. Not anytime soon, anyways. Alright. Oh my god, I walked right into that. Please, not right now. Not right now. I'm in the middle. You don't have a shirt on. Whoa. Huh?
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I lost.
I just got more monsters.
I'm not worried about that right now, please. Dang it, man. Alright, I'm still in the lead by one, guys, but I really got to step up on game. Alright, here we go. I don't know why. I'm looking at this at such a tiny little screen. I'm gonna get this, though. I'm gonna get this, guys. Just gotta pay attention. Nice and easy. Alright. Alright, here we go. Kick. Nice. Wow, I got myself trapped, man. Now I'm just getting annoyed. That's my fault, guys. Honestly, I'm playing this without any practice whatsoever, so I think I'm doing pretty darn good. You know, I think we're doing pretty darn good here, guys. All right, let's keep it rolling, guys. We gotta keep it rolling. I gotta get the win. I may or may not be able to do it, guys. We're gonna find out, though. Hopefully we can get it. You know what I'm saying? Be really nice if we did. Yeah, I should have practiced. I really should have. I should have really practiced, but hey, okay. All right, we're gonna see who's gonna get in the lead right now, guys. I had kick and everything too. The thing is, I did not see the player one. Player one came in and snuck up on me. Oh, they got themselves nice sacrifice. I'm glad player two won because that's one trophy for them. That's perfect. No, that wasn't player two. All right, guys, that's it. Come on. All right, we got kick. Very good. We gotta do this quick, guys. Do this. Yep, line bond. Very nice. All right, come on, come on. Man, not enough, guys. I'm always getting skulls on my side. It's annoying. More bonds, which is good. Got them down, guys. I was focusing them hardcore, ain't gonna lie. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it. Dang it, man. Come on. Wow. There was a latency there or something because there's no way. That fire just like rapidly just bursted out, dude. Okay, just don't get mad, Trix. Just play the game. I'm doing this for fun, guys. I really don't even care about the prize, really, because I know I'm not getting it. I'm just doing this to support this retro community that we have going on here. So let's go ahead and do the, no, stop it. Stop it! Don't you dare! Try to entrap me here. Not cool, man. Not cool, guys. Okay, we got bombs, which is nice. Okay. Oh, gosh. Yes, I got kick. Oh dear jeez. No! Dang it. That was a tie game on that one, guys. Wow. We're all like 2-2 right now. I gotta keep focus. Gotta keep focus, guys. All right, let's do this. All right. They're really putting up a fight. I appreciate them for that. Definitely bringing up the challenge, which is great. Wow. And I don't have kick yet, which I'm pretty sure I don't, which sucks. But what am I gonna do? Well, you already know I need that kick. Take it! on! What the heck, man? I got no range, no nothing. Oh, it's much harder when you got a lot of players. I'm not gonna lie. All right, here we go. Come on. I hate player 3. I don't know why. I don't like this. But player 5 is even worse. Oh gosh, this D-pad is screwing me up big time. I need to switch it. I don't have time. I got the green and I got the kick, I believe. Yeah, so we should be in good shape early right now, guys. Should be is the word. Oh, come on. I gotta get player 1 out of here. Dang it! I want player 1 gone. Player 1 is my threat right now. Straight up focusing on player 1, guys. We're gonna get him. Come on, I had the freaking thing too, man. Got him. Player 1's gone. Thank goodness. Yeah! Woo! That was tough. Wow. Okay, player 3, player 3. Okay, guys, this is it. This is the matter of winning or losing. By the way, though, we get points for the trophies, which is nice. I think I do need to switch on my D-pad, though. I can't do this one. Not this one, not at all. Oh, gosh. Let's get these cleared out of the way real quick. All right, we got the greenie. All right, very nice. Got him. Yeah! Woo! We did it, guys. Got another one there. Whew. All right, one more, guys. One more. One more. We are good. Okay, here we go. Come on, guys. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. They're doing good. They're doing really good, too, guys. Wow. Ooh. Dang it, Trix! What the heck? I did not touch that. Ugh. That makes me mad. All right, here we go, guys. Next round. Dang it, man. I had it too, man. I took out the entire team. I'm left with one person. They just got me because I killed myself. That's infuriating. What am I gonna do? They're really trying to I'm gonna hold it off here, guys. No, I needed that. Dang it, dude. Come on, bro. Oh, I hate this. There's not enough to go around. I'm gonna stay away from, because I don't have kick now, guys. I have to stay out of battle. I can't battle nobody. I'm gonna play it smart. Just stay away from people. There's not much I can do here, guys. I'll just sit back and do our own thing, because this is not gonna work. And somebody freaking grabbed it. I'm done. I need to wait till one of these guys get eliminated, so I'm just gonna stay out of the battle. There's no point. Can't do nothing. I feel completely useless. Alright, let's get out of this guy's way because he's getting kamikaze on me. Oh, yes, kick! Woo! I needed that so bad. Now we're in the game. Got you, buddy. Get that player one out of here. Really? Seriously? Oh my god. Stupid draw game, yo. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. The chances I could have won, guys. Alright, let's try this again. Dang it. Nice and easy, Trix. Nice and easy, bro. Come on, give me a dinosaur. Give me a kick. I just need kick. That's all I care about, really. Kick, kick, kick. Damn, blow up already. Yeah, that latency delay was huge, yo. Wow. Seriously, no. Oh, somebody just saved me. I got no kick, though, guys. That's the only bad thing about us right now is no kick. No kick. Just sit out of the battle, guys. Sit out of the battle. Wow. I'm in trouble. Dang it, man. We're back to this again. They know I don't have kick either. I'm not getting involved with their shenanigans. Oh my god. Why? Why? What? Yo, this... I hate when I'm not hosting on that play. I really hate it. I don't know what they chose. I wish we can, like, see our ping. That would be beautiful. Little ping meter or something. Alright, I think this might be it, guys. This is dumb. I had 2 draw games, man. And a bunch of suicides. Great. Player 1. Of course, player 1. That's the only competition right now, guys. And I don't want to... I just killed myself. I'm done. I don't even care right now. Honestly, we'll just get this over with. I can't even do it, guys. I want this on a full screen, man. I can't get it full screen. Yeah. That's bogus, dude. It's the same, man. The glitches, yo. Like, I didn't even press that. Maybe I recognized my last command from the last game. I don't know. That sucks, though. What am I gonna do? While we're here, I guess I could change my controller D-pad. Yeah, we're gonna use this one instead. Instead of this like circular one. We're gonna swap this one out. Put this bad boy in there. There we go. Now it's got the plus. Now I can move much better with this. Oh yeah, we're good now. So who's here? Player one? So pretty much if player one gets this, guys, I'm done for. I lost. I just gave player one the ultimate advantage here, which sucks. I never done this bad, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't really been playing Bomberman. I've been playing so many different other games. So it's my fault to blame, really. I should have practiced. Come on, player four. I'm voting for the other enemy because I don't want player one to win, guys. Walked right into that. I don't think player four is gonna get it, guys. Player one's got the kick and got the blue dinosaur. All right, so I was player three with 4 trophies. I'm gonna head over to Viz real quick. Yeah, it's all right. All right, so that's gonna be over, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and just we're gonna go ahead and have to end this here really quick, guys. So give me just a moment while we go ahead and do that, because I want to save this video for like YouTube, just to, you know, for the whole. All right, let me go ahead and end this right here. I had to stop the recording for YouTube real quick, guys. All right, now we're in good shape, though. Now we're definitely in good shape, okay? We're in good shape, guys. Well, first, let's get back to the main scene. Actually, I do need to remove the retro game. All right, and then we're going to switch back to this one. I like that I can do this on my phone. That's cool. That's awesome. Okay. While we got that up and running and going, we're going to be doing where the heck did the scheduled posts go? I don't even know right now, guys. I should just put just chatting, really, for on some of these websites, because honestly, that's the trending category. What's the point of going far and beyond, changing your game title? For what? Nobody really cares. My stream is magic. Hey, that's the way to do it, bro. That's the way to do it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and exit out of that retro here real quick, guys. Now in terms of all that going on, we do have a couple other things I need to do here. Um, it is really? Why? This looks like it's okay. Oh, not letting you log in. Is that what it's doing? All right, so here's what I need to do in terms of like I could just remove that role from me maybe, but I think yeah, Lime's been removed from the Play Store, bro. They have a bad rep. They've just a lot of shady things happening, so Google just removed it. I would say just like they removed PayPal, like so Limey doesn't want to associate with PayPal or Google Play Store. And for one, it's cheaper for Limey anyway, not to be in the Play Store. So yeah, we'll see. I would say you just need the yeah, it's been pretty bad, bro. You really want Limey? Hold on, I got you, bro. You could check there. This one was February 13th. This is the most recent update on that one. Okay. So we need a way right now, guys. We need a way to remove ourselves from the These are random announcements. Okay, message setup. Game and title filters, no custom commands. So the only way to really remove myself is probably just, let me go ahead and take my own tag off with this. Yeah, if I remove that, which I don't need it anyway. That should stop me from auto posting up some more. I don't know if there's so much going down. It's just more so sometimes when apps don't follow regulations, they just they get removed, you know, until further notice. All right, guys, so we got to talk about the next game here and figure out what we're going to be doing here. Now, I know I got to do some, probably going to do some bleeding edge or resistance, so I'm definitely going to check. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and put a vote in the chat, which that way we can kind of discuss and see what we're going to be doing here, guys. I'm probably just going to do this on Discord. Discord, we get a lot more activity sometimes. Should probably plug my controller back into my Xbox, let it do its charging thing. All right, so let that charge, make sure it's a full battery. Solid's laughing. Belie me, yeah. I don't know, man. You know, it's kind of mean and kind of bad how that just kind of went about with things, you know. I think we're gonna be okay, guys. But with this crisis going on, really, I should be streaming full time, but I can't, guys. I can't. Okay, so let's see. Don't touch your face. Let me check our, I gotta check our stream balance here, guys, because I really want to play Resident Evil 3 tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it right now. I'm going to have to wait. Yep, we're going to have to wait. Okay, so we're going to wait it out. I don't know where we are in terms of like, oh, who just did the drums on us? Okay, let me take a look here. Wow, the same discovered streamers. Okay. That's crazy. All right. Of course, Angry Joe Show gets to play Resident Evil 3. That's stupid. They're giving those high creators a chance to play first before everybody else, so we gotta sit here and freaking wait. Our stream revenue came in already. We'll be able to do something about it. What? Take a look here. I don't know. Looks like it might be a little bit though. You guys are so silly. So silly. Ugh. I think we might do some bleeding edge, guys. Ugh. Guys are...
You're fired! Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá. Dame tu cosita.
Oh, that's a long command too. I do like it, but I get copyright with that command, guys. As much as I don't want to do this, I think I might have to remove it. I get copyright claims with that sound command, unfortunately. I know we had a good run with that command. It was funny. Sadly to say, I might have to either shorten it or just remove it. We'll have to see. I don't want to, but we're not gonna have a choice. That, or I can activate the command and deactivate the command at certain times when we can or cannot use it. Either way it goes. Okay, so let's see about my computer's burning out. How is my motherboard hotter than my CPU and GPU combined? Like I don't understand that. All right, so let's think this through. I think we're gonna do bleeding edge. Yeah, YouTube does it. FB will do it too. Yeah, they're pretty strict. And then Twitch will mute my videos. They'll mute my VODs. All right, so I'm gonna switch titles here real quick, guys. So right now we are doing bleeding edge, which we just gotta make sure that works. I'm gonna try to play it on a mouse and keyboard. I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, did you see the good news? Oh my God. Sea of Thieves is coming out for Steam. We knew that was happening eventually, because come on. Windows 10 by itself is not enough. But when that game hits Steam, ooh, no more adventure. That game is about to become competitive with PvP. Oh, PvP. I think a lot of the earlier generation of Sea of Thieves gamers have their nice adventure runs, doing the whole adventurous type deal. But now, guys, it's about to become very real. Yeah, well, here's the thing. We all love Steam, right? Steam is a great platform, yes. But Steam has some very toxic players. There's nothing you can do about it, all right? I think it's a bad move for some of the parts of Sea of Thieves because, you know, when I first played Sea of Thieves, there were great pirates. People were nice. People actually try to, like, talk, be cool. There was some nice encounters. Now, every encounter is a fight. It's a battle. There's no Mr. Nice Guy, nothing. It's just, you could try to communicate, but honestly, Xbox players are in the party chat, Steam players are on Discord. Nobody really uses game chat for the most part. So with that being said, it's about to become a fight fest. That's just the way it's going to turn out to it. All right. Bleeding Edge is not on here? No, I gotta do it manually. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. Wait, what's going on there? Okay, so here we go. I got this all set up. We're gonna be doing Bleeding Edge, right? All right. Are you doing Windows 10 or are you doing Xbox, Jay? Because I know you said your PC's been having some major issues. You're doing Windows 10? Yeah, I want to try it. I really want to try it on a mouse and keyboard. I want to see what all the hype's about. All right, let's get this all set up here, guys. Things are looking great. Yeah, I don't really see the point of game titles anymore. You know, when you go live and you put a game title of what you're playing, it really doesn't matter anymore. People used to come and watch you based on your game category. Now it doesn't matter. It's just if they just randomly come across you, they'll come check you out. So I'm to the point where I'm just gonna keep titles at like random and just put other or chatting or IRL or whatever. I mean, what's the point, right? Why should I have to go out and do all this extra effort to change my game title when there's no need? It doesn't benefit you. It used to. But that's it. Yeah, I'm literally going to do just chatting. Like, literally. And I love how my Trix Gaming Bot on Discord updated my background scene deck. That's amazing. That is purely amazing. All right, so we got Bleeding Edge, right? I can't even type today, guys. Typing is crazy. All right, guys. So first, we're gonna get the subs in here, guys, or not even. I can't even just say subs, but the VIPs. All right, most of you know how to get those VIPs for the most part. And Jay, I have to test out that command you did, because I know you were just testing the channel points with me. So I'm gonna intentionally click the decline. I want to see if you get those channel points refunded or it's just gone. This would be something good to know. What would happen for the next viewer when they do so. All right, guys, so we're gonna go ahead and get the Bleeding Edge up and about. We got this game rolling in. I think we're good here, so we're go ahead and exit out of there, really. And then we need to do, where is it? Windows 10, right? What updates do I have here? Just a bunch of shenanigans. Let's just get those updated. Why not? Okay, so I'm gonna go into Bleeding Edge. Included with Xbox Game Pass. Oh, here we go. I don't know how I'm playing it, really. Honestly, I don't know how I'm able to play it. It tells me included with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, join now or buy, but I have the option to play it. So that's weird, right? Okay, guys. So we should be loading in now. Yeah, that is weird. So, hey, I'm not complaining. That or my Xbox Share Buddy has Game Pass. Either way, could be one way or the other, and I just probably have no idea about it. Hey, what's going on, bro? Hey. Hope everything's going great for you over there on your end. My CPU is going up skyrocket, guys. Skyrocket. The hell is my studio mode? I need to switch this. Oh, why do you guys even see that? You shouldn't even be seeing that right now. Oh well, it's all good. All right, guys, we are ready to go in.
What the deuce?
What's a Bleeding Edge? Okay, I'm getting some last minute touch-up preparations here, guys. Bear with me.
What the deuce?
Ooh, deuce it up, guys. Deuce it up. Did I win today? No, I was second place, Jay. Second place, dude. I had the chance to be number one. I had 2 draws, and multiple suicides, bro. I went super try hard. It's so crazy. So crazy. All right. Let me figure this out here, guys. All right. So first of all, I'm going to get the stream interaction thing going on with you guys. Let me get these, there's something you guys haven't done in a while. I'm going to let you guys try that out real quick. And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to get these viewer queues open up for you guys, for the audience. Hold on. Let's get it going. What is going on? Yo, thank you so much for that. So awesome. Who came in with that? Who did that? Who did that? That is insane. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the hosting the stream, guys. Thank you so much, Thermos Vibes. Hopefully everything's been going great for you. I'm gonna get this open, but then I'm gonna close it because I don't want that open quite yet. First, we're gonna go ahead and get the subs in here, guys. VIP joined, and we're gonna do VIP waiting room. Did you guys has anybody been to Walmart lately, guys? Have you guys looked at Walmart? All right, guys, I got that waiting queue ready and open for you guys. What the heck is it doing? It's connected to my Xbox? Yeah. Why? What's going on here? Is it choosing my account? You guys don't see that? Oh, it's asking for permissions. I got you, Jay. Let's get you guys in there, guys. Get in there, guys. Did anybody win the guessing game yet or no? It is an Xbox game, true. Whoa, look at Bleeding Yes, they said, we just released a new patch. Yeah? What kind of patch did you just release for us here? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, let's figure this out here real quick. Bear with me here. Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. This is outrageous. I see you, Jay. I see you. Okay. How are we looking in terms of performance? I think this game doesn't really take much to use. I'm only using like 20% CPU. I think we're in good shape. Definitely runs better than Call of Duty Modern Warfare. That's for a fact. Hey, Zara. How are ya? Hey. Hey, you're all over the place, huh? Holy mackerel, I appreciate it though. Thank you. I've been trying to catch ya. You're at 69,000 channel points. Wow. Hey. Yes, I did see that. Thank you. All right, guys, hold on. I'm trying to get this up and running. All right, guys, so I'm looking at the queues here. Looks like we got Jim. Jim, I'm going to draw you into the queue here in just a moment, guys. Now, also, don't forget, if you guys are here right now, I'm going to type this down. Make sure you guys are definitely checking out our Discord. Looks like my chat just went berserks on me. Hold on. Yeah, make sure you guys are checking out our Discord. We have the... I've done a lot of updates on it for you guys. All right, let me just gotta update this real quick and then we'll be good to go. What the heck was that? Please reconnect your controller. My controller's not even connected. Oh, shoot. Wait, what? Okay, so I think for the most part, I think we're going to be good here. Let me go ahead and just change this thumbnail real quick, and we should be good. I don't know if I have this on here, though. Of course I don't. Nope, I don't have it on here. Okay. Well, I could just do this for now. Bleeding edge. And then we're gonna go on here real fast. All right, let's get this loaded in here real quick. There we go. I think we got it now. All right, so far we've done our Bomberman tournament, guys, which we only ended up being second place that round. So that was the second day of the tournament for week 1. We still got several weeks to go. I don't know if it's going to be like 14 weeks, 11 weeks, or it really just depends on the amount of players that have entered and how long these tournaments are going to be. But technically, it's 2 days a week for a set amount of weeks, and then we'll figure out. They show the Xbox controls? Yeah, me too, Jay. Me too. But you know what, though? I think we should be good, guys. I believe we should be good. Things are looking great, guys. Things are looking great. All right, we had to flip the camera on that one. All right, let's go and let's do this. All right. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are sharing this right now, guys. You can definitely share this up right there. Let me go ahead and see if that actually works. Yeah, just go ahead and do that. Why is my controller disconnected? What the heck do you mean? All right, first we're gonna go over here. We're gonna draw J13, guys. J13's in the house. Let's go ahead and get Jay in here. Jay, where are you at, bro? Gotcha. Oh, wait, on here, since this is PC now, how do I do options? Where the heck is options? You join party voice channel. Go to options to change voice settings. What the heck is... Oh my god, it's up here, guys. Wow. I'm losing it. I am freaking losing it. Okay, what do we got here? Display monitor. We got to set the primary. We'll keep it on primary. Definitely want to keep it like that. Resolution doesn't even let us change the gamma. That's cool. Advanced VSync enabled. Brightness, contrast, render scale. Adjust the in-game resolution without changing the screen resolution. Lower values, sacrifice visual quality. Okay, we'll do 200. Keep everything on epic, blah blah blah. That's probably the most we can do, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so how do I apply this? Oh no, I ain't worrying about these. This is it? Is it all saved? I guess so. We'll see how the game looks now, guys. Hopefully it looks pretty good, but I think for the most part, let me fix this webcam here. Or actually, I need to space out the... There we go, that's much better, so that way it's a little farther away. All right, guys, we're about to start this round in just for VIPs. Where are the other two? Ah, they're here. They're here. They are definitely here. This is how I do it, man. I'm gonna reward my my lovely supporters here, guys, for the channel. So here we go. Bam! Yep. Yeah. I got you, bro. Give me a second. How do I know who's in here with me, guys? How do I know who's in here with me right now? What the heck is going on? So, how do I see you guys in a party? Oh, it still shows the invite pending? I'm going I'm doing an update, so you can't join it. Okay, I got you. I got you. Hey, there's no rush here, guys. No rush here. Uh-oh, guess who? Ooh, did you fix it? Or did you do the whole... That's a whole new account. No, bro. Why did that happen? No. All right, guys. So yeah, if you are a VIP on Discord, you guys can still get in. I'm definitely down with that. I'm currently going to be looking at Twitch and Discord, guys. So if you're on those, either one, I'll get you guys in. Let me see what else we got going on here. Okay, I do see we got Donkey in the house, guys. Donkey Ho is now in the party. So Jay, right now we're just waiting on you. It's going to be 3 of us, guys. We do have room for 1 more, right? How many players are on this game? I don't remember, guys. I don't remember. Game is running good, which is great. Just sucks that this game doesn't do faster than 60 hertz. So VSync, I'm gonna turn off because we'll just keep it like that, guys. Should be good. Oh, here we go. We got audio. Music. I want to bump that down to like 2. In-game music volume. Put that to 5. The rest of these look pretty cool. But the mute when not in focus. That's off. Voice chat mode. Push to talk. Wow, there's a lot. What is has input mapping. You can do it for the gamepad or the keyboard and a mouse, guys, which is phenomenal. Okay, controller icon display. PS4, Xbox, or yeah, that's interesting. All right, for social, join your party without an invite. Put no one. Parties members can invite enabled. Yeah, whatever. Patch notes. All right, so it looks like we just had some patches on the 30th, guys. March 30th here. Go ahead and try to get J13 another invite here real quick, guys. You see Solid lurking? Hey, no, that's cool. Hey, I lurk on Solid's stream too, guys. I mean, you know, that's what I do. Even yours, Jay. I'm in your guys' channels all the time. I have the other computer on and I have your guys' stream tab open, so make sure you guys get that view count. Try to support you guys the best I can. You know, pretty much I'm running like a server hosting computer there. Okay, that's no problem. First of all, we got to get a party chat going, guys. I'm going to be in the VIP lounge 1. I'll meet you guys in there real quick, okay? Donkey, go ahead and meet me on the VIP lounge on Discord. I think you're on Xbox. If you guys are on Xbox, if you have Discord, that'd be great. If not, let us know. Worst comes to worst, we'll do the Xbox. Well, the game has voice chat anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay. All right. I think we're almost looking good here, guys. You haven't heard that name in forever? Yeah, Donkey's been around, guys. He's been around. He just hasn't really been like maybe so much in the stream chat, but he's still in and about. He's still within the community, you know, which is good. I don't even know what the push to talk button is. Kelso! He's an OG, right? Yeah, he is. He really is, guys. He's I think his name is still on the donation bar there too, guys. He was one of our big... What? He was one of the big supporters for our stream, guys. Definitely an OG and definitely hits the Hall of Fame on my book. And he just came in and did a donation today too, guys, which was great. Right, Zara said Donkey Kong, no long, no talk. What's the talk button on this, guys? Hold on. Let me check. Options. Input mapping. What the heck is push to talk? Push to talk is... a weird button. Wait, it's the other one. Is this one? Testing, testing. Can you hear me there, Donkey? That's a weird push to talk. I don't like that. Or what if I change the audio, like the... Can I change the input? All right. Oh, wait. Yep, that'd be cool. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me turn that push to talk off. How do I do that? All right. You should be able to hear me there, bro. Can you hear me in the game? What the? Oh, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the little... Get some belly dancing going on, guys. That's what's trending nowadays here on Twitch. So, yo, Kelso coming in like that. What? Wait, what? Hold on.
You hear me?
There we go. Now I hear you, bro.
So, I guess I gotta do the tutorial. Or do I not have to?
I think you do, man. Woo. Okay. I think you can skip it. My bad. I had to get my chat set up so that way I can chat to you in the game chat.
Good.
You think you're good? Okay, cool. I'm just waiting on Jay. Jay, we might have to just do a round by ourselves while Jay's updating the game here real quick. And I'm sorry, I just ran out of breath. I was just dancing. Hold on. Okay. All right. There's Miss Vibes. What's going on? Welcome back. Trixzbot is a sub. Ooh. Okay, Trixzbot. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Kelso, thank you. So Kelso just randomly gifted a sub to somebody in chat. Definitely, guys, I do have a sub gifting leaderboard down below in that panel, guys, showing your outmost going contributions here for the channel, guys. What the? What? Hold on. What is this? What the heck? Yo, hold on. Did something go wrong? What? Oh my gosh.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muévete para aquí, muévete para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Unbelievable, guys. Whoa! What is going on right now? I think Kelso broke my stream, guys. That's it. My mouse is gone. I can't even use my mouse anymore. Holy guacamole. Between Trixzbot and Stream Elements going back and neck to neck with this, guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to look at my activity alerts here. Kelso, you gifted 5 tiers. You gifted 5 bronze subscriptions to the chat. So whoever is in this channel right now, even if you're lurking, Kelso just gave you free subscriptions, guys. Free subscriptions. Wow. Holy moly. I think my camera just went blurry. No, I think we're back. Yikes. Yep, he broke it. Okay. Kelso resubscribed to the channel. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Kelso, man. Can you get a caster shout out for Kelso, guys? Can one of the mods, one of the wonderful mods here in the channel, get a caster shout out, guys? Kelso needs a shout out for this one. Big shout out. Give it a few seconds. Yeah, it's whew. Kelso came in with 10 subscriptions, guys, for you guys in the chat. 10 people in this chat just got subscriptions. Okay. Woo. Okay. All right. All right. So, yo, okay. Donkey's in the house too, guys, with the sub. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, bro. I think you know why I paused for a second.
No, I just saw that.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for the sub, by the way. The stream did say hats, or they say hat. Look, I'm stuttering now. Yeah, the stream did say hi. They wanted to say hi to you. Donkey Ho coming in with the sub, guys. Okay, so Kelso. Oh. I think you heard that, right?
Yeah, I have my mic on still.
No, you're okay. I appreciate it, though.
I saw that. I was like, wait, why is it echoing? I'm like, oh, shoot.
So Kelso coming in with the 10 subs, guys. By the way, shout out to Kelso. Did we get a cast out shout out? Yes, we did. Thank you so much, guys. Follow Kelso. Kelso's been dealing with me almost since the beginning of my stream time. Kelso is awesome. I really appreciate your ongoing support there, guys. All right, so you had a question in chat before it got flooded with
I don't get how they use like all these subscribe things.
Whoa! Oh, yeah, it's so different now, right? Oh my god.
They don't understand it.
Oh my dear jeez. Oh, what the heck? What just happened here? Why did I... Alright. Oh my dear jeez. I couldn't even sit, guys. I had to sit up. Yeah, the sub height. The sub height.
Those things flying across the screen.
Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, wait a minute. Are you subbing people that's not even in the channel right now? How is this? What? I'm sorry, how do what?
Like all those faces and whatnot.
It's just, depending on where you go, there's a lot of them. That's just like a capital URL thing that you could just attach to your stream. Oh my gosh. You guys. Whoa. Hold on. Kelso. Hold on a second. Donkey, thank you for the cheers. Kelso, thank you for the 5, 10, 15, 20. I think you did 20 subs just now. Yeah. 31 total? Hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then Kelso resubscribe. Oh no, there's more. Wait, no. Oh, these are old. Thank you, Trixzbot. Thank you, Trixzbot. And thank you, J13, for that. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Jay, where are you at? Let me get Jay an invite here real quick, guys. Donkey, we haven't gained it forever, bro. Look at that. People still know who you are, man. Look at that. Everybody knows you. Once I said I'm Donkey on, they're like, wait, what? It should have been 21 total. Yeah. Okay, so I see the 5, 10, 15, 20, plus you gifted Trixzbot and you resubscribed for yourself. So technically 22. Oh, yeah, we're going to go ahead and start a game then. Okay. All right. Looks like Jay's going to be doing a thing for a while there. So let's go ahead and start a fight. Well, this is your first time, right?
Yeah.
Right. Guys, Kelso, thank you so much, man. Wow, we were at what? Guys, what were we on? Hold on, let me take a look here. Originally, we were at, I'm almost at,
Resistance too.
almost on my sub goal here, guys. Originally, I think it's what, 35, I believe, before we can get the next like tier upgrade for Twitch. All we need is a few more subs. Kelso came and just did some mad support for everybody, guys. There you go. All right, now do you remember who Miss Vibes is?
I'll probably die in 6.5 seconds.
Thank you, Kelso. You're awesome, bro. Make sure you guys show Kelso some love, please. Right. Most of you guys will remember each other. Most of you guys will. Oh my god. Oh man, it looks so different on PC. Oh wow, it actually looks good. I don't know who to play as.
Haven't played this.
Alright, we have a support, we have a damage. I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
Objectives control starting soon.
Oh my gosh, I had to remember.
Well, hey there, little sister.
You know what? I'm going back to options and I'm putting render scale at 100 again. 200 was a bit much. Yep, there we go. Game run's good now.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, I don't know the buttons either, bro, because it's different on here.
I don't know how. What the? Oh shoot! I don't want to put that down. I don't know what to do.
Well, first we gotta attack the. Oh, that's that ability. Oh, right mouse click and then Q and E.
Objectives activated.
Okay, so Q E.
They're taking objective B.
Oh, I'm almost down. Oh. That is very true, Miss Five. Yo, look, guys. Most of you guys subs here thanks to Kelso. Make sure you guys throw Kelso some love back. Why the name change? Right. Oh my god, guys! If you have Discord, link. Wait, what's going on? Oh wait, you're in the game. What happened?
I don't know how to use this guy.
Okay, yeah. So left mouse click is gonna be combat. Your abilities are right.
I'm on Xbox.
Come here, sugar.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. I'm dead. Oh yeah, it's just me and you out there. We're not doing too well. It's okay, man. I got used to the buttons already. I think. Yeah, right click, Q and. Oh wait, you're on a controller, right?
Yeah.
I think for you it's the. I think it's like X, Y, and B or something. It should tell you on the bottom right. Some people took it right, guys. If you're here right now, make sure you're on Discord. Join that Discord server, guys. Link your Twitch to your Discord account, and that way, when you're in my channel, all subs or slash VIPs get Discord and stream benefits, guys. Make sure you get in there. All right, so I'm gonna try to go in. Right now, it's only 2 of us. I don't know why this mode is the way it is. Well, we can go capture C.
My turbo is charged.
This is what we should have been doing. Capturing points, which is nice. They're winning because they're in the lead with the alt. Wait.
Back here.
Oh!
How do you dismount?
When you I think when you stop attacking for a while.
Objectives deactivated.
Souped up.
No! I'm taking him down, though. I'm trying.
Slice and dice.
Darkness strikes from the shadow.
They might remove it. Try to see that work, Magic Killer. Wait, what? Some people took it. I can't give Limey back because they took Limey from the Play Store. Yeah. I just gave you a link where to get it, Thomas. Oh my god, you guys are awesome. Jay, you smushed my emoji, bro.
Hooked the big one. Oh, ow. Come here, sugar. Watch your step, honey.
Oh
No! Oh, we gotta book it out of here, man. Health-wise, we're looking pretty low.
Yeehaw! Slice and dice.
No!
Objectives deactivated.
All right, we gotta go. All the objectives have been deactivated except for. I'm at one of them, so hopefully this one will get turned on here shortly. Yeah, health-wise, it's hard to get health in this game, really. It got ran over. Ouch. Limey website, see if that works. Right, true.
Guess what? Objective A captured.
I can be slick.
No. No. He got ran over. Right. Guys, what a way to kick it off. That's amazing, man. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Things like that are going to be the reasons why we're going to stream more today. I'm going to bring you guys some streaming tonight.
no. Right.
We're almost at our sub goal, guys. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't worry, I'm coming, I'm coming.
My turbo is charged.
Take that.
Yeah, they're all down and out, man. All down and out.
My sensitivity is so low right now.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. Oh, I miss.
I can't reach
Okay.
that.
Alright, you hear me, man, dude.
Objective deactivated.
Got him. I'm almost down and out, though. I need health, man. Health, health. Not enough health in this game. Yeah, there's a way to demount, but I don't know what it is.
Objectives activated.
Oh, for me, it's the hold. For me, it's the Z button. I don't know what it is on the controller. It's one of them. You have to hold something.
Oh god, there we go. My sensitivity is so much higher now. Or T, I think.
Taking B.
They got both objectives.
No. No. Get up.
No! Aren't you a healer? No, I'm a tank. We ain't got no healers right now, guys. Yeah, I would have probably done the tutorial just so you can kind of get an idea. Who are you playing as, anyway?
Oh, Guitar Man?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you ain't.
Yeah, sometimes those attackers, they die really fast. But your abilities are great. Just make sure you read what they are, though.
Come get some
Oh, I just
sugar.
got double team. Man, that's not fair.
I'm a heat seeker.
We haven't gamed in a while. Nectar.
Right, true, true, true.
Objectives deactivated.
Gotta. Oh!
Objective activated.
Slice and dice.
There we go. There we go.
Get back here.
I'm dead.
I tried my neck turning to the left.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, so Jim even said that the guitar guy and the ninja are the two best ones so far. They're the easiest to play.
No.
Okay. And you also said you did the resistance, right? I hope the beta is still up and running. I know today's the last day.
Really?
Yeah, because tomorrow the new Resident Evil comes out, so the beta will be over.
That game comes out, you said?
Souped up.
I'm getting quadruple team, man. Nobody's here. All right, we need it.
East side. Oh.
Can't outrun fate.
Kelso's like, if the chick with the staff stick, that's the healer one.
Objective
Yeah, the other, the guy with the.
Oh.
Oh my God! Come on.
Oh, really? Or the chocolate.
objective activated.
Watch your step, honey.
Yeah, butchered, man. Meh. right. There's Samus. There's Kill. So you guys are doing great with those right now. Oh, by the way, I gotta test out your thing real quick too. That's alright. That was your first match. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelso. Honestly, dude, you made my day. Really made my day. That is amazing. All right, so let's get into the next round here, guys. We're going to go ahead and leave this game, right? Is that what we need to do? It's halfway done, so wait. All right, did you want to do the tutorial? Or if not, bro, go ahead and click options, click input mapping, and then look at your controller and then let's see what the buttons are. It'll tell you what your attack, special, your super, your evade, all that good stuff, what it is. Oh, we can lock on. I didn't even know about that. Switch target, yeah, see? That way you can just lock on one person if you want.
Oh, I see it. Mountains right.
Thank you. Bride made the week? Yeah, absolutely. Hold
That
on.
makes sense now.
Hold on, guys. Let's see if
Alright.
GTA 5 from Steam by any chance? Yeah, I played the Steam version. All right. Did you get it figured out?
Yeah.
All right. So wait. Oh, Donkey, you're down there. Wait, wait. Hold on. I just realized you're on Discord.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just heard the clip.
Yeah, my bad. Hold on, Donkey. Hold on. Did you link your Twitch account to your Discord?
Yes. I did. Why?
Well, I have to see. Okay, so I see. Okay, give me a second here. Let me. I think what I need to do is, it's been a while since I've done this. Server settings. Integrations. So currently out of the. Okay, so I'll have to sync this. Okay, so now you should be set.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I had to sync it because it's all integrated. Like I can't just manually give people sub roles. It does it automatically.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's good. So now you got that. Now you'll be able to see all these new channels, by the way, since you're VIP now.
Ah,
Um,
thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. This is the like pretty much the donator slash VIP subscriber section. So that you guys have like private channels, private like discussions. Like you guys can make suggestions, post your own media content. There's a little lounge for other VIPs to chat about with one another. So yeah, it's good.
See you now.
Yeah, you couldn't see it before, but now you can. I force synced it, so you should be good.
Yep, I'm on there. Oh shoot. Accidentally exited out of Discord.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. What are you on Discord with? Like, what's easier for you, game chat or Discord? I could do either one. It doesn't matter.
Which one do you prefer?
Discord sounds better, but I know you're on Xbox, so if this is better for you, that's
Well,
fine.
I have both. I just gotta hook up my USB. That's it.
Oh, okay. Just right now, I know nobody was talking in there, but if we get into a party with like 200 people chatting, I don't really feel like.
There you go. I say you know what? Just switch to Discord. Makes it easier.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, we can do Discord. Discord will be good. All right, because at least I can mute and unmute on Discord, which is nice. Okay. All right. They got mods for GTA 5 server. Just gotta apply, join. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Thank you, Thomas, by the way. Yeah, that's good. I mean, honestly, I only use mods on the server I play on, so those mods may not be in effect. It seems like that's an RP server that you sent me, so I don't even know whose community that is. Oh my god, hold on. There's a giveaway I might want to participate. Sadly, we couldn't give as much notice on this as normal due to many revisions. However, this will be relaunching in 10 minutes. Take your stream to the next level. Look at this stuff. It's a nice setup. I can get this and do a giveaway for you guys. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Crystal clear. No, you're good.
If not, I change my mic settings. I have it on.
No, you're good. Because Discord, I have a volume control on you anyway.
Alright. Yeah, because right now I have it on the streaming mode.
Yeah?
Actually, hold on. No, let's do something. Okay, I got the command center. Okay, I don't need the streaming. Hold on. I'll probably. Give me 1 second.
No problem. I'm just looking at this giveaway right now, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna have to, I don't know what the requirements are. I'm scared to even ask.
Alright, do you not have as much background noise?
No, much better.
Alright. Okay, remember when I used to stream?
Oh, yeah.
I need to get back into it, dude, but I need a house, I need a set. I just don't have the setup right now. Get those 5 screens all on a square. Like NASA headquarters.
Right. All right, so you got the game rolling in. All right, so I think Jay is still trying to do the. So I don't understand what. Complete 1 match. Play the basic tutorial. Oh, I didn't even finish the basic tutorial. I only did 1 out of 3. Visit the dojo? Heck is dojo? Which point things are you talking about, Miss Vibes? Which points things are you guys talking about here? And what just happened? Why did it just boot me out of that? Hold on. Oh, they're doing like a gleam thing. Okay. So what do we do to get in? Why is it doing... how do I do this? Oh, I see what's going on here. Hold on. What? What? What is going on? Whoa! Oh, I almost broke my chair. What the? That is crazy. Ducky Hole, thank you. Coming in here with the sub, with the prime, and also... Am I missing something here? Hold on. Gifted 2 Twitch subs, guys. This entire channel should be subbed. Everybody in here should be a subscriber now. I don't even know. Do we want to find out? Watch this. 10 of you guys. We have 10 subs in this channel. Oh my goodness, right? That is definitely... Oh, this is a lot of work, but I got to do this, guys. Guys, so anyway, there is a giveaway going on. I gave you guys a link to go to it. You definitely want to partake into it. Oh, the channel points? Yeah, this is something they release. Channel points are okay. I have nothing against them. I just don't like the payout. I wish there was more customization in terms of from the creator for the points in their channel. It's more so everything is handled automatically and all you're in control of are what the prizes are for the points. That's all you can really do. Kind of sucks right now, but hopefully they'll add more in the future. I like that, Kelso. 2 144 hertz monitors. Yeah, I only have one monitor with that refresh rate. The other 2 are 60s, but I really want to get one more. I almost did, but I couldn't really do that. Did that work? I think this works, so this should be a point. You want with the Scepter and the other one is a Dell? Oh, Dell makes 144 hertz monitors? What? That's a treat link, eh? Yeah, I don't even know if that works right now, guys. I wouldn't even touch it because right now with the coronavirus going around, I don't even know how that's operating currently. I could be wrong. I'm gonna do these later. Kit Kat, oh, my favorite candy. Kit Kat is great. Do you like the white chocolate or the regular one? Hey, what's up?
Hey, pause that search.
Oh, pause the search. Hold on. Yep, go ahead.
Pause the search. Hold on. Yep, go ahead.
All right, guys. Right now we're just waiting. We're just waiting right now. Jay, what's going on with your game, bro? Yes, tell me about Jay. Oh, it doesn't look too good on that scene, so let's switch it. Whoa! Why did it do that on the other scene? Wow, my screen is full with emojis. What is going on? Whoa! By the way, I saw Max Singer, and I saw the robot guy get eliminated. Oh. Couldn't believe who it was, guys, and I had a gut feeling who it was, and I was right. That is amazing. Trix emoji army. Get the emojis. You guys want emojis? Oh, I never did that. Of course I never did that.
Coming for the number 1 spot again.
Look at that. Wow. Oh my gosh. You know, I got an idea for you guys. Give me a second. I got an idea for you guys. I'm going to switch this. We're going to add... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Time out. Let's pause and think about this for a second. Let's pause and think about this for a second. Donkey Hole just gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the chat. And I guess those that are already subbed, it's even got some that are not here. So even though you're part of the community, it just randomly chose somebody within our follower list there. And then we have another 2 and another 5. I wish it would just tell me all in all like in one rather than, and it tells me specifically who's got it too. Wow, look at this. And these are, a lot of these are interesting. That is interesting. Okay, you know what? Jay, do me a favor. Put the chat in emoji only right now for a second. I want everybody to just type emojis. I want to see everybody's favorite emoji. Type your emoji, anything. I'm going to make quick hotkeys for this real quick.
Are you playing on the Xbox?
No, I'm on the Windows 10 right now.
Check me out.
Yeah, because I'm playing.
Play on your account?
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to play Rocket League.
Sorry, I'll be getting off soon. Oh my gosh, is everything okay?
I want to play my Rich Pit car.
My son is so sad right now. I kicked him off his Rocket League. I completely forgot he was on my Xbox playing. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna fix these later. But for now... Wait, why is it not updating? What the heck is wrong with my... Hey, that was weird. Why is it doing that? I don't know.
Where are they doing what?
Well, okay, so I don't have a streamer deck, right? But I have this other thing that I'm using to where I can, like, I'm using my phone as a deck and I can press buttons on it, and it didn't update. It didn't add. I try to add like emoji only and emoji only off, on and off, and it doesn't work. But I mean, I got Jay to help me out, like in chat, to do it. But I was trying to. I can still do my scenes and change those around. That's interesting. I'll deal with that later. Okay. All right, guys. First of all, we need to cast a shout out to for Donkey Hole right now, guys. We could go ahead and turn emoji chat off if you guys look. They're all spamming emojis. You want to see how many subscribers I have right now?
1.
1? Really? My son is so evil. You guys see this? He's just straight to the point.
Nope. I got it wrong. Daddy, I got it wrong. 0.1.
0.1. Wow. Okay. Well, there you have it, folks. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I have 48.
48.
And that was all definitely thanks to Kelso and aka Donkey Hole. Yeah, that kind of rhyme. Kelso and Donkey Hole. All we need now is an Oreo.
And AKA. Hey, Daddy. And AKA. No one cares.
Obviously you do, because it seems like it upset you for a second.
Oh,
Yeah, why are you scratching your head? Oh,
dude,
he's
my armpit look like my head.
he's silly. Oh my gosh. We got to get to that 69, right, guys? Hold on. Okay, first of all, we achieved a goal today. All right, we did a goal today, guys. We definitely hit the 35 goal mark, which was originally what we were planning on. My next thing I need to look up here real quick before we start that game, guys. I don't know what Twitch's like next tier thing is looking at, so bear with me. Give me just a moment. I don't know if that gives us more emote slots or what. I know it does something. So let me head into my dashboard here real quick. So we can update the next goal, guys. So while we do that, give me just a moment. Okay, so we're gonna update that. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna click on, I think, insights. Where was it that showed you X amount of subs that you would need? Yeah, okay, so right now, guys, we are at 46 tier 1 subs, and we have 1 tier 3 sub. So we have 46 bronze subscribers and 1 gold subscriber. I think it was this one, stream summary. Let me try this one. All right, so right now, where was it? I think it was under achievements. No, it's not here. Let's go over to community. No, not here. Content. No. Preferences. I think it's here. Hey, how many more subs are you've already uploaded? You already uploaded. Okay, hold on. Am I allowed another tier 1 sub emote? I think I am. Where did this show this? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm trying to update it, but I'm trying to see what the next tier was, because, okay, originally it said 35 for the next tier. Now it's not telling me. Where was it? I don't remember. I thought it was under okay, you know what? Let me check this. Let me check this one more time. This is good. Okay. Okay, so we can't get any more of those unless you become an actual partner. Hype train, leaderboards. It had to be here. No, I can't add another. It won't let me. Okay, the message on Discord? Let me take a look. Wait, Jay, where are you at? I don't see it on Discord. Am I missing something? Guys, I don't remember where it was. I saw it before. This was before this new update. Now I don't know. Does anybody know? Okay, so like, you know, when you check your dashboard, it shows you like how many more subscriptions you need to unlock the next tier. Like, am I at max? Like, that's it? Am I losing my marbles here, or what happened? Yeah, I'm literally losing my marbles right now. It should have been here under preferences. And I believe when I go to emotes, this is where... Wow. All right, we got to get this next game rolling in here, guys, pretty soon here. Did you see that message entered out in DM? Oh, let me check. Oh, wait, what is that? What is that, Jay? I don't even know what that is. Oh, wait, last year? What happened? Greetings, brothers and sisters. As we work hard towards our next update of last year, blah, 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 to help increase the stream time, Elastic Games is giving anyone who plays last year between April 2nd and April 6th free gift bundle. Oh, so you get that guy with the masks. That's pretty cool. We could check that out. We could definitely check that out, Jim. Okay, how you looking over there, Ducky Ho? Is everything okay? Everything okay?
What'd you say?
Everything all right?
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna upgrade one of my goals here real quick, and then we can go ahead and get started. I think Jay should be ready, and then we should be good. What is today's date?
Today's the 3rd, 2nd.
What is going on? What? I just put a new goal up there, guys. I put a new goal up there. I try to keep the ones we already currently have. But I think we should be good. What did I just miss? Kelso coming in with 2 more gift subs. Thank you, Kelso. Who got this gift subs anyway? All right. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Amazing. Are you ready, Ducky Ho, or do you still need time?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Jay, are you getting in or no? Jay, get on Discord with us, bro. Okay. Let me just see real quick if Jay wants to get in.
Yeah, so the funny part was I had my, like in my, on my TV stand, then I hear the fans kick on.
Oh, look at you. You know what, Ducky Ho? I can really picture you with like 3 monitor screens attached to like a chair that arches its way back and forth and swivels around in a 360 motion degree. And you like just having the monitors up in the air and you laying down, having like the ball chair.
Days ahead of NASA.
Yeah, right. I could definitely picture that. You'll be like, what was that guy? Right. And not no ordinary cigar. It'd be like a legendary gaming platinum edition, and every time you inhale the smoke, it makes like game logos. You know what I'm saying? Every time you puff out. Oh man.
About 3 gigabytes to go.
Really? Oh, Donkey, you know a lot about computers too. Jay's having computer shutdown issues. What do you think?
How old's the computer?
Kelso, awesome. Donkey Hole, awesome. Guys, make sure you guys are following both of these wonderful users right now, guys. Came in and gave everybody mad love and support, and also supported our community here, guys.
You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Jake, can you hear me?
All right, yo, Jim, did you upgrade your PC yet? That was a question for you, Jim13, in the chat.
I want to. I'm gonna have to now.
Is it the chat on Live Me?
What happened?
What chat is it on?
Twitch. Yeah, honestly, bro, lie me. Forget it. Lie me is gone. It once they removed PayPal and got removed from the Google Play Store, it died down. I forgot my drink. Oh, and by the way, Jay, Donkey Hill downloaded the Resistance beta.
Cool.
I don't know if he has last year though.
I don't think anybody wants last year.
Alright guys, hold on, I'm just gonna drink. Alright, listen, I like it better on PC though, Bleeding Edge. I really do. And it runs flawless. Sucks though, it's only 60 frames. Like, it won't go higher than that. I think that was the biggest complaint about the PC version. People were complaining about the frame rate. Are you hoping for a small budget upgrade or a large one, Jay? There's another question from Kelso in chat. By the way, guys, remember, if you are a streamer on our Discord, make sure you link your Twitch to your Discord. So now my bot on Discord can't tell the entire community that you're live. It will automatically post when you're live. Well, that's not good. Why is it doing that? Who do I want to beat this round? I don't even know. I guess I'll try healer.
Objectives control starting soon.
No, I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
We need a tank. We already got a support. And then, oh wait, whoa. How do I go back? We already have a tank.
Better shred.
3, 2,
All right, let's do this.
This is
All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. We're getting.
the day.
Woo! I don't know what his abilities are, guys, but we're gonna find out.
Can you hear this?
Oh, my health is so low.
objectives activated.
Where's the hell my heals? I don't know how to play him. I think it's a Frankenstein PC. Oh, barely a year, and your idea of a small is what, right? I think I'm just gonna upgrade my motherboard and processor. Okay, if I'm wrong, correct me. There you go. Oh no, Donkey Hill, what happened, bro? What happened?
I got stuck talking. You got stuck trying to make a chat.
Oh, you're okay. They got a healer and everything. I'm getting ganked. I hate this map. I don't like this map. We don't have a healer or nothing. We got a tank, but they're getting lucky, bro. We ain't got no team formation right now. So let me see. Let me change characters. But it doesn't look like we're really gonna be playing accordingly. Okay, H to change characters. Why want to? There we go. All right, we have a tank and a support. This support does life on hit and can protect their teammates. Then we have a tank.
They can hear me on chat, right?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Little Reaper.
I'm trying to girl.
Objectives deactivated.
What does she do? What is this? Okay, that's a bomb. That's like a little turret.
Objectives activated.
Why don't she turn when she's shooting?
Pedal to the metal!
We have been bested.
Oh. Oh, it auto aims. Well, that's kind of stupid.
Max it out!
That's kind of dumb. Why does it do that?
Closer. Firepower to the max!
And she talks a lot. A lot of hoo la la. All right, guys. So we got some damage buff here.
They got flash! Damn!
No. Okay. I'm trying, guys.
Max it out!
Objectives deactivated.
I don't know. We don't have the right team comp right now. Composition. Yeah. When's the last time you replaced the thermal paste? Well, I went over a few things with Jay, and sometimes like his hard drive goes missing,
Can't stop!
and I told him it's either in his computer randomly shuts down with no error codes.
Our foe took objective B.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and try to get this win. We got this. Nice and easy though. I don't want to ruin this one. Hey, stranger. Hey, what's going on? How are you? All right, guys. I gotta help out the team.
Firepower to
There we go. Now we're doing damage. Now we're doing damage. Come on. Come on.
all hail the gizmo!
Woo! That's how we do it. That's how we do it.
Out.
Yo, we need to get objectives, guys. I'm going for A. I'm gonna go for A real quick because we gotta capture these points, bro. We're not gonna win. Let's go ahead and get this A point here because they got 2 on us right now. Let's go ahead and mount up.
I have taken objective B.
The bad guys got B. It's a bit far.
Objectives deactivated.
Uh-oh.
Here, pretty kitties. Let it rain blood.
Here we go, guys. Getting them up. Getting them out. Getting them out. Oh.
Need to get closer.
We gotta help them out, guys. We gotta help them out big time.
Pedal to the metal.
I've taken objective C.
Time is now your enemy.
Oh, they got a healer, man. Come on. Man, they got a healer, bro. I can't take these guys out alone. None of the team is here. All right, and A is already locked.
Way too far.
They're taking objective
Max it out.
Nah, I'm wrecked. Oh, shoot.
stealing objective C.
Whatever, man.
Those scoundrels are stealing.
I don't know. We gotta get some different team comps going on. I could possibly get my motherboard replaced for free since it was under warranty, but it's not gonna last a year. What's the point? True. Had it on my last build. Gigabyte B40 da.
Joking.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is you want stability, Jay. You want something that works. You know what I'm saying? My next build, I'm gonna I'm gonna listen to the stream. I'm gonna have you guys build my next PC for sure. All right, guys, let's do this. We need to get in here and help out the chat.
Objectives activated.
Need to get closer.
Nah, they got healers, bro. Can't do this. Look at this. Wow, man. We're done for. Not much I can do. Not much we can do here, guys. All right, so we just need better. Let me see. Everybody's in there? No, are we missing players? Oh, we're respawning.
Far out. Let's try that again.
First of all, we have 2 supports, but no healer. Why?
You little reaper.
Did we lose a player?
Okay, good for activity.
Oh, yeah, we got 2 people kicked for inactivity. I was wondering why nobody was around. I was like, oh, I think the match is over anyway in like a few seconds. I think the enemy shouldn't really appear on the HUD.
Activated.
Wow. No. You know what? We're still getting points. Yeah. Takes a little bit of getting used to, but once you get it, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
And we get points no matter what, so that's pretty good. It was just weird because we had a guy play his tank, and then we had 2 supports, and then we only had 1 attacker. This is kind of like League of Legends and Smite, where every player has like a role. I think people are just like choosing the wrong characters for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I was just getting used to that girl too. Like I never played her before. That was my first time. She's actually not too bad. Not too shabby. You know what I need right now?
Huh.
I need an N95 face mask. Who has any? Anybody got any out there?
I know Batel does. Yeah, plenty.
Right. People are actually getting sued now for price gouging on eBay and Amazon, trying to overprice the.
Price gouging everything.
Yeah, but they're getting busted with it. They all the.
They're getting their account shut down.
Yeah. Yep, count shut down. They're getting sued in court. They also doing the what was it? I can't even think right now. Oh, it's much better seeing your guys' name on top of the list again.
And we all need a stimulus check to hit.
I don't know. I wish I would get a stimulus check. The only way I can get a piece of stimulus is if everybody gives me like 5% of their stimulus. Like out of that 1,200 they get, they just give me like $10 out of it. Then I might be able to get what everybody else gets. We'll see.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, everybody's getting that stimulus check though. Just let me know when you're ready, Donkey Ho. I'm just want to make sure. Wait, we have a workshop here. What is this? Oh, these are upgrades. Oh yeah, I forgot we can upgrade our character. And oh, we can modify. Oh, don't forget to put mods on your character. I forgot about that, by the way. Go ahead and mess with your workshop because you can upgrade your character. I completely flew over my head.
Yeah, that actually helps make your character better.
Hell yeah. Jay showed me this actually. I had no idea about this. Less than 200 for a motherboard and a process upgrade. That's actually pretty good, Jim. I would go for it. I'm going to click on it too. Oh wait, there was 2 links there. Oh shoot. This one is the 2600. This is a really good standard processor. I've seen a lot of like gaming builds have this built in. This is one of the good ones. I don't know how AMD's like fans are. I would assume it looks. I like the way the fans are designed. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, I got Game Pass Ultimate.
Oh, you went with the Ultimate?
Yeah.
Well, you don't really need the Ultimate unless you want to play PC. Oh, you got the deal. Okay.
Well, yeah. If you get Ultimate, you get PC Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah.
Xbox, and you get Live.
Yeah. It's weird that you guys say that. I don't.
You think about it, it's actually cheaper.
No, it is cheaper. Because $5 a month in general for Game Pass is not bad. But with the Ultimate, you do get the option of playing the PC games as well. They just recently started doing the Game Pass on the PC, so that's pretty cool because a lot of them are play anywhere. So
essentially, you're paying $2 more a month.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, because of what? Live, you're paying $5 a month pretty much, which is not bad.
Yeah.
And then you're getting the Game Pass for $10 a month, pretty much, for both platforms, which is nice. I wish they had I wish they had a Game Pass and a Live package for one platform instead of just both, like a $10 deal a month. I think that would definitely boost up a lot of people's wanting to get it, rather, because right now you're kind of stuck with either getting just Live or Game Pass or Ultimate. That's your only options.
Yeah.
But the Ultimate is worth it for if you have a computer and an Xbox, but most of the time, most people don't. I want to say the odds have increased. I think income tax season just flew around, so most people went about and got like PCs nowadays and even laptops, so that's kind of nice. My Xbox Live has been dropped. What? This game is weird. Wait, I don't even know if I... Okay, so automatically, though, your characters have...
What did you say?
Automatically, your characters have default chips installed, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried...
One more game, I'm out.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Can't get
Ooh.
not to get on.
Oh, I see the Sea of Thieves items here. If you look at your board, you can equip the Sea of Thieves board now, I think.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, Jeb, what's up with your update, bro?
It's taking forever.
Did you go to your Windows 10 settings and make sure that you allow your computer to use full bandwidth?
I believe so.
Because Windows 10 by default likes to meter or throttle your bandwidth consumption. Yeah, I would just put it at max. Just who cares? Most of the days nowadays, everybody has well over above 100 megabits anyway, so you don't really need to worry about that anymore. The whole purpose of it though is that way if there's like an update in the background, it's not going to like consume your bandwidth, but you should be good.
This is like my Alienware. I wouldn't read my. Read.
No?
It has protected BIOS. I had to turn it off.
Oh, there is one thing I liked about Alienware. I helped somebody update their BIOS. On their Alienware, they can literally update the BIOS without going into the BIOS. How amazing is that?
On what, Alienware?
Yeah. Like me, if I update mine, yours couldn't?
I gotta figure. I think there's an issue with trying to update the BIOS.
Okay, well maybe did you get the Alienware Command Center installed?
No, I have Support Assist.
Okay, yeah, I think you need the Alienware driver software in order to do all that, but yeah, they literally just opened up the driver and then it just installed and the computer restarted and they were good to go. I'm like, wow, that's easy. Because me, I have to put the file on a flash drive, then I got to do an easy flash on the motherboard BIOS section and then pray and work that it works and then test it. It's annoying. It's not hard. It's just a little bit more, I guess, a little workaround rather than just click and install and restart and you're done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get this one more game in here, Donkey. I don't want to hold you up too much. I know you probably got some things you got to do. I appreciate you gaming, though.
You're welcome.
Yeah, nah, dude. Whenever, you know, I'm on Discord all the time. If you ever want to get down, me, Jay, we're always like we're pretty active on Discord. Like literally. Jay's one of my
There.
yeah, Jay's really one of my really helpful moderators too. So he's always around. He's sometimes I don't go live on Twitch and he still knows where I'm at, and I'm like, dang it, Jay, you keep following me.
Oh, I usually see when you go live.
Yeah, well, I've updated it. I fixed Discord. Wait, what is this, Jay? Ryzen 5, 3.66 core? That's pretty good. Or you get the 3.6. All right, what do you want to do here, Donkey Hall? Which class do you want? Oh, you can tell this is crossplay. Look, we have Xbox players in here. You can tell because they're using that Killer Instinct game or gamer picture or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm an Xbox player, but I have my own picture.
Hold on, you kind of cut out there. What happened?
I don't know why my headset keeps on doing that.
I don't. What kind of headphones is it?
Different ways. The extra A50s.
I'm not an Astro professional. All right, so I'm gonna wait here on the screen. I'm gonna let the team kind of decide what they're gonna go about here and see what they want to do. Your team has no support fighter. Yeah, they're needed. I'm glad they put that message up there. Okay, so we have a ninja, which is good. We have a tank.
Power collection starting soon.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and go support.
Hell yeah.
All right, I haven't played this guy in a while. Let's go. Would 1600 work too? 2600 would provide a 75% bottleneck, and 1600 would be at 35%. Okay.
2, 1.
Make you stranger, man.
All right. Well, here we go. All right, Donkey, you ready for this, bro?
Hell yeah.
Power
Who'd you play as?
The first dude.
Okay. So I'm gonna be the. Hold on. You need heals, bro.
The pleasure's all yours.
No.
I got you on the heals.
And the pain goes away. Thank you.
No, bro.
I got you. I got you. Oh, get him! Get him! Get him! Oh, he's after me. Careful.
I'm your life now.
Oh!
That's depressing.
Yeah, support is cool, man, because I can heal everybody. See, the healer is important. Alright, we got a teammate down here that needs some help.
I am Walu. Blame the controller.
collection phase complete.
Wow, dude, we got a good team this time. Oh, we got to capture points, though.
Need a little something, something.
Cannon points activating in 10 seconds.
I got you.
Cannon points activated.
Yeah, I think the enemy team's about to give up on us. Yeah, my only issue with this game is that I think the characters shouldn't really be auto-aiming.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like Rainbow Six all over.
How do I cancel an attack?
Your protection is up to date. That stinks so good. Fired up the firewall.
Whoa!
I I am the recharger.
Where'd you go, Ducky? I got you, bro. I gotta go help out the teammate real quick.
I got you.
Dark healer.
Deploying firewall.
No, we gotta get her. Gotta get her.
Engine points deactivated.
You need a little something something?
Yeah, bro, we're doing great.
Power cell spawned.
Definitely, when you have a healer, bro, it definitely changes the tide of battle.
The pleasure's all yours.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's keeping full health. You know, I'm not fighting for kills. I'm working as a team player here.
Nothing up.
That's what you got, Kelso? Cool. Oh, team needs up on the left lane here.
I am Wall.
Oh, they're all coming for me, bro. Don't worry, Doki. I got you, bro. I got you in the health. You gotta get that tank out of here.
Oh my god, this team is lagging so hard.
The pleasure's all yours.
Was lagging?
Yeah, my end.
Oh, wow. Okay, everybody got full health, which is good.
Collection phase complete. Engine points activated.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Oh, I was...
Points activated.
Your mercy is accepted.
I am the recharger.
Oh, we got a teammate. He's up there. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, I could have saved him. Don't worry, she's going down.
Come on, Shaniqua.
You need a little something something?
I can block her.
I got you. Fired up the firewall.
There we go. We got her.
Stings so good.
Up there in the middle. Amazon.
I am the recharger.
There we go. Come on. We got this, guys. Nice and easy.
The pleasure's all yours.
Dang it.
Engine points deactivated.
Bop, beep, boop, pong.
Woo! Yeah, loud and clear. They got you? No, you're okay.
Power cell spawned.
I am Wall. Deploying protection. Something, something.
There we go. There we go.
I'm your life now.
Oh, I know they're going crazy right now.
Deploying firewall. I am the recharger.
Ooh-wee. Oh, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Oh, gosh. Oh, I finally died, bro.
Yeah.
Which one do you have right now, guys? What's going on? Ooh, ooh. We're doing great. We're doing great. We got to hold it down just a little bit more here, guys. What's the current process, Jim? Jim, what do you got, bro?
Ready, player one.
All right, here we go. We got this. Nice and easy, bro. Let me get you guys some heals.
Pleasure's all yours.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
We need a little something,
Collection
something.
phase complete.
Oh, I'm dead. The whole... What the heck is going on? Oh!
Landing points activating in 10 seconds.
Wow. Now we're getting butchered. No! I have been annihilated! Unbelievable! It's at least not a... True, that's a really good point. Yeah. We'll have to get you that bang for the buck there, Jay. Don't worry, we're gonna get you a nice upgrade. Kelso's the man for that. Kelso knows it all. Alright, let's work together on this. Nice and easy. One step at a time. Oh.
I got you.
That stings so good.
The pleasure's all yours. Your protection is up to date.
Alright, they're coming inbound.
You want a piece of me? We need a little something, something. Deploying protection.
Landing points deactivated.
I am the recharger.
Power cells spawn.
Everybody's got full health. Look at that. Woo! I'm the only one dying here. I wish I could self-heal.
I need help, I need help.
Where you at? Oh! Oh, you got it. Oh, gosh. Oh. Alright, we're coming, we're coming. You got a tank with you, which is perfect. There's another one inbound.
Darkness strikes from the
Your
shadows.
life now.
Oh, oh!
No. 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 On that day.
Oh, I'm getting...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no! Yeah. Guys. Look down into the panel. You'll see who the top sip gifters are, guys. Oh.
Reboot.
Collection phase complete.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to go alone. Where you guys at? Okay, I'm coming behind you, bro. Oh, teammate needs help.
Activating in 10 seconds.
Oh shit. We're right in front of the train.
Nope, it's okay.
Activated.
You need a little something, something.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
Come on, guys, we come on this.
Power cells.
So far, we're what? 36-33. We got it. We're in the lead.
Your
No,
protection
no,
is up to
no.
date.
I need help. I need help.
Oh, no! Oh, man. We got no checkpoints to grab either.
Fired up the firewall. Get closer.
I see why I stopped playing video
Collection
games. I
phase
get to work
complete.
double.
I know. You know what, though? Every video game does that. Like, I was playing Bomberman, bro, and I was getting so infuriated. I was,
You want a piece of me?
Oh, Call of Duty's the worst. Oh, it brings out the anger in me.
Handing points activated in 10 seconds.
I am flawless.
Handing points activated.
I got you. You want the hit?
There we go. There we go.
Deploying firewall.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. Oh, nobody's helps the supporter. Okay. Let's out jump walls. I'm coming.
I'm your life now.
I'm dead.
Deploying protection. I am the recharger.
Like, everybody's such... Look, everybody's attacking the guy that's weak. I'm a supporter, right? I'm behind everybody. I'm about to get ganked and killed. Nobody cares about me, though. I'm about to... Oh! I'm dead. Hey, look at that, guys. Look at that. Who get me a sub? It's a great pair. Right. The sub get the guy. Ooh. You've wanted the full upgrade to 580 and 1600 with the... Right. How's it feel? How does it feel? The power. You have additional things, guys. Remember, if you're just coming in, you need to link your Discord. You need to link your Discord to Twitch, guys, or your Twitch to Discord, so that way you guys can get your benefits. All right, let's get back out there, guys. We're doing great. We're winning. Okay, so we got to get the team back out there. There's nothing to capture, though. So we're in the lead by 4 points, which is great. They're coming in. They're coming inbound.
He's too far.
Oh. Donkey, come by me.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
I can... No. Oh, where you at? Where you at?
You want a piece of me? The pleasure's all yours.
Donkey, I'm not gonna let you die, bro.
You need a little something? I am the recharger.
Ooh.
Base complete.
The pleasure's all yours.
Man.
I'm your life now.
Handing points activated in 10 seconds.
I got you.
Stay alive, Donkey.
Handing points activated.
Oh my god, I can't get out. Dang it. Man, those assassins hurt me bad. Okay, who else needs healing?
Where's the drop down?
Wow, yeah, they're taking me down now. Kelsey's like, I'm done spamming you, jab. Woo! Oh man, don't worry. Ouch! Did you just get hit by a train?
No.
Wow, we got defeated. Wow.
That's depressing.
Okay, well, it kind of shows who did what. That was the final play. They just captured the objective. We didn't get the objective. Okay. Did you get any, like, achievements?
I don't think so.
That is true. Kelso has a really good point. A lot of people with these sim checks now are looking to get PC upgrades. But I would be honest though, everybody that's getting it, I would save it just in case you guys really need it. What if something goes wrong? I mean, they're trying to make it seem like nothing's gonna happen and they're just gonna increase the quarantine and try to stop this plague or whatever, but what if it gets to the point where nothing can stay open and you need to hurry up and go shopping and buy like a month's supply of whatever, and or you need it for something?
Yeah. I just don't think it's gonna come to that though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, I know it's just like a virus. I just feel like, not to bring up 9/11, but let's say like the fact how things are just, don't get me wrong, I'm happy that we have freedom. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that there's a lot of weaknesses, there's a lot of open walls, and there needs to be more, like a computer, you need more firewalls, right? Yeah, definitely, such as, like, I'm just going to use America for an example. We had our gates open for too easily. People can come in and just do all this stuff and just get away with it. There's just a lack of things that needs to be done, such as this virus. They could have, no matter what, people are going to die and recover and catch it and get sick and hopefully fight it, whatever. But I think it could have been minimized if it was dealt with the way it should have been. You know?
Yeah.
And Kelso has a good point. It's inevitable. Like, a recession can happen. I mean, we had a recession not too long. We had the Great Depression. We had, you know, all these like crazy things that occurred. I mean, there's not much we could do about it, but I was happy gas prices went cheap for a while though. That's for sure.
Still going down.
Yeah, but today I think I paid it was 146, but I had 5 cents off with the card. So I still paid like, you know, 140. But before today though, it was much cheaper. It was like 120 something. I was happy with that. I was like, wow. Now it went up a little bit. So I don't know, maybe because the weekend's coming in.
I don't know.
You know?
Yeah. But, alright, dude, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, Dokio. Yo, thanks for coming in, bro. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, well, you be safe out there.
Oh, try my best and keep watching that.
Yeah, and also, I'm gonna double check, but I believe I'm gonna take a look at, you guys are on the gifting board here, you and Kelso, because you guys both came in and just like blew the screen up with emojis. Oh my god, every time I go to Twitch, it's a bunch of chicks. I hate that it tries to take me to the Discover page. I don't want to see all this.
Discovery.
There's no gameplay. It's just straight, one's painting, the other one's belly dancing, and the other one is just dancing. Okay, just chatting and Animal Crossing are the two top categories right now. Okay.
Alright, I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
You guys take it easy.
You too.
You too. Finally, it got done. Woo!
It finally got done. So what took it so long? Yo, look at this, guys. Kelso coming in with 26 gift subs, guys.
My internet's taking
26
major hit.
sub gifts.
Right
Yo,
now,
coming in with
the time
12.
My internet always dips down to like.
Wow. See, these are people you guys should be following because they come in and they pay money for you guys as the viewer, which is awesome. It's amazing. That's just amazing how. Right. That's crazy. You know, I didn't even think about that. That is true.
Dang, you got so many lurkers right now. Wow.
Right. You know what though, bro? You know what I realized? Okay, I noticed now that it does say live channels we think you'll like. How do I change this? Can I what do I have to do? Clear the cookies? Is that the only thing I can do? Because I think this was like me figuring out like why the heck all these type of streams were getting featured. Now that's all I'm seeing. How do I change this?
Yeah, I don't know. That's all I tend to see too, is those.
Because I did see different ones not too long ago. I'm not gonna ask why. Am I seeing a kid live streaming?
What? Wow. I didn't think
No, the kid is gone. I think the mom had the kid playing or something. Because the thumbnail showed a child. I was like,
Yeah, that's a little.
You know what it is? Because just chatting is like a popular thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not worrying about it. Okay, so I'm looking now at this, and it looks like yeah, the sub gift thing works. I'm kind of glad I got that under. I think I'm gonna keep that under. That's like another leaderboard for people who come in and gift sub, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damn, bro. There's this Twitch partner I got that I followed from like what 2014, and they only got 15 viewers, bro. That's a Twitch partner, like an official partner.
Dang, that sucks.
That's
If they keep that up,
crazy.
they're not going to be a partner much longer.
Nah, well, I think once you get it, you get it. I don't think there is a requirement to keep it. I think it's more so you just still got to put the hours in. I don't know if view counts is a factor or not.
I was just reading. I think there's like 3 factors that you had to keep. I think to keep it, otherwise they'll drop it.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what I was just reading.
Oh. All right. Well, we're gonna start this round. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, so the TOS is okay. Okay, I got you. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like just by themselves. I was like, well, hold on, time out. I mean, because I know sometimes I even let my son play it a few times. But usually I keep the webcam off though when that happens.
Yeah, don't turn the webcam on. I know you could lose affiliate if you don't keep stats the same all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking partnership is the same ideal. Like, I think it's just really hourly based. I don't think it's so much stream stats. I mean, because if that was the case, these people would have lost partnership. Or maybe they did. Maybe they're just affiliates now. I don't know. But I think they're official partners because they still have like more than like 10 emotes on their channel.
I need to start streaming because I have 16 out of 50 followers, so I'm getting close to being an affiliate, but...
Twitch stats be like GameStop. I like that. Dude, I haven't been at GameStop in a while. Sometimes when I go to GameStop, I'll look at their clearance section because sometimes they'll have like toys or like game accessories just laying about. And I get something for my son or something, but in terms of like buying games, bro, I just go digital now. I don't really see the reason to go to GameStop to buy games. I mean, it's a great atmosphere. Like, I like going there and like playing some demos, talking to the guy, get a little nerdy and get, talking about the video games. But to go and wait in line grab a tent and a camping chair and sit out there for a whole day just for the next game release, I haven't done that in forever, bro.
Yeah, I used to go there quite a bit too because I had the ultimate membership there. And
Yeah.
buy games all the time to sell games there. I haven't been there for 6 months probably now.
Imagine if GameStop will make it through Corona. Yeah. I would say they're fine. I mean, really, trading games, it's what's keeping them alive. I don't know what they're going to do once that's fully done, because the new PS5 and Xbox Series X, they're really trying to eliminate game copies, I think. Because aren't they going to be discless? I think PlayStation's the only one that's going with you can still use a disc.
I think they both have Blu-ray drives, but I can't remember. I think they're like 4K Blu-ray drives or 8K.
Yeah. What is this? Watch Zone. Yeah, see, that last round went a lot better once we got people actually, like, doing what they're supposed to. I'm not a professional at this game, but I mean, I know that a support is supposed to play as a support,
Yeah.
A tank should be a tank. But people weren't doing that.
The one that's fighting up.
Yeah.
The other guys are the ones that's up there in the main line fighting.
All right, Queen. We'll see you in a bit.
That's
And that's true, Kelso.
If I have like the ninja guy or the sword guy, I'm fighting everybody.
Yeah.
I'm taking on the tanks. I'm taking on anybody because those guys are powerful.
No, they hurt. They really hurt.
Yeah, 2 or 3 hits and you're dead.
Does the PC version of this accept controllers? Yeah, it does. Because it picked up my controller, picked up Jay's controller when he launched it. Right now, I don't have it connected. But, dude, I love the mouse and keyboard. I turn better, move better. But I think it is easier with the controller. This game has auto-aim. I hate to say it. So, yeah, you can survive with a controller. It doesn't really... Mouse and keyboard don't have the cutting edge in this game, to be honest.
That's why I don't like that the girl with the machine gun, because the auto aim because you're aiming at one person, and if somebody else comes closer, it automatically aims at that person. Like, yeah, it's like it picks which controller you're using. If you decide to use keyboard, it will switch over to keyboard and mouse. If you decide to use controller, it automatically switches. I know when it started out.
Ah, there we go. We're finally at the character selection screen. Yo, Jim, Discord's lagging on you? Yeah, I think you are lagging, Jim. What's going on with your Discord, bro? Did you check your... Yeah, check your voice connected. Like, click it. Like, right now I see 21 milliseconds. What are you getting?
Okay, let's see. Mine's...
Let's roll.
Objectives control starting soon.
It's in the green, so...
It's in the green. Okay. Yeah, but click that. Go ahead and click on voice connected. It should give you more, like, detailed statistics.
57 milliseconds.
Okay, milliseconds is fine. Are you getting any packet loss?
No packet loss.
I don't know
And
why.
now it just spiked to 73.
Okay.
It usually does that when the game's like loading up.
3.
Oh, yeah. So it's your end then. Okay. Yeah, I know that happens with me because if I'm running multiple monitors, if I lower or maximize something, the computer gets a bit robotic. I hate that.
Yeah, it does.
That's why I do window borderless. Don't ever do games in full screen. More RAM will fix that? Really? Huh. Are you on Wi-Fi, Jim, or are you on Ethernet?
I'm on Ethernet,
Objectives activated.
hardwired.
You're hardwired. Okay. Yeah, you should be good on that part then.
Ooh, what the heck? I'm lagging in the game. What the heck?
Oh, I hate this map.
Objective A is mine.
I don't know about this character, bro. Her butt cheeks are on my face. Like, literally. Oh, this is so different compared to a phone.
The bad guys just took A.
Back here.
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, we're going into the main objective right now. No, you're okay, Jim. We're coming. This guy reminds me of Dwayne Johnson. I don't know why.
Well, I just kicked that one guy's butt with no problem at all. By myself, solo.
Yeah, bro. Look at that. That's what I'm saying.
Captured.
Team composition.
Let's band together.
I like the guitar guy, but
The objective.
They're coming in. Oh, we don't see them on the map in this mode.
3 hit the guy, the enemy.
Yeah, we're holding it down here.
Too, and I just
Objectives activated.
Me.
Okay, she heals the team. Okay. Whoever that guy is, they're doing really good. Oh, they're coming in. They're coming in.
The shadows strike.
Objectives.
Okay. Okay. What the hell? Where'd he go?
Wow, I just got destroyed.
Back here.
Wow. Okay, dude. Ow, that hurt. Okay.
Ghosts to them.
Yo, this girl knows how to play.
My turbo is charged.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Boosted.
No. Kelso said, "Huge ass." No, my character reminds me of that chick from Borderlands. Remember that junkyard chick? What was that? The one from Borderlands 2. Do you remember her, the junkyard lady?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's who she looks like to me.
The big booty girl.
Oh man. Oh. Yeah, got me feeling like Bubba Sparks, bro. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
Objectives deactivated.
So no objectives right now. Why? This game mode is weird, bro.
It is.
Hey, but look at the point though. 133. We're doing great. We're doing great. We're all about to be. What the heck? My phone just said 2013 or doing great. We're doing great. I found this on Google. Psychological monographs. The subject here, however, only informed the objective and variations. What the? My phone just went Houdini on me. Wow. We need to get objectives.
Person's fast. Holy cow.
I'm gonna capture B real quick.
I'm back. See you later. I just killed that one.
Objective B is mine.
Slice and dice. Hey! They're stealing point B.
There we go. I'm gonna go for the next objective here.
Yeah, we got this one.
Turn it
Easy.
up at
This match
objective
is
C,
low.
allies.
Yeah, because the more objective we have, the more points we're gonna get. I'm low on health though.
I got full health again.
Jim, stop looking at my butt.
Breathe deep, my friend.
It's somebody else doing it. I'm the ninja dude.
Yeah, Ninja Dude is actually really good.
Deactivated.
Oh, he is.
She reminds me of Zara's Overwatch character. See, I never played the
Take the pain away.
never played the Overwatch really that much. I did the beta and then that was it. Anytime, what's going on? How are you? Congratulations on your sub, by the way.
I don't want to pay.
Oh, they're coming in.
Objective C.
Battle. Oh no, it's also sweating. Nope. Wow. I just killed myself.
They're taking objective C. I hooked the big one.
Darkness strikes in the shadows.
No! Hey, everybody just ignored the ninja guy. Okay. That works too. Yeah.
I was attacking something. I fell off the planet.
So when somebody gets the gift subbed or subbed gift, they see it, the user?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna jerk.
Sweet. Yes, guys. Besides the bike, I say copyright. Uh-oh. Take a look. Hold on. This game might have a copyright. I'm gonna take a look at this Overwatch thingy that oh my god, it does look like her almost. But not really. What's her bike? Can't see it.
Oh, chicken. Okay.
Objectives deactivated.
I'm coming over, bro. I'm coming over.
Run away. Come on. Run away. Wow, what a chicken. Run away. Okay. See how it is.
I can be slippery.
Objectives activated.
Come here, you. Come here.
Objective B is reclaimed.
Come here, chicken.
Can't touch me. Slice and dice.
Wow, how did I miss that? What the? Oh, they went with the healer.
B is being stolen.
There we go.
That's what I thought. Where are you going?
They got B. Oh, they're attacking the home base. Careful.
Oh no, what the heck? No, ow, that hurts.
I'm going for the win. Yeah, see, these guys are not really capturing the objective like they should.
They're stealing point B.
Oh, Jim, careful, your health is low, bro. I got your back.
Here.
Bye. That Shadow Strike is crazy. I had 53 health left.
What's the big one? Mountain of youth pours from you, child. Come get some sugar.
You okay, Jay? Any health, bro?
Yeah, that's why I wait for this
Objectives
thing.
deactivated.
Only thing is she doesn't have a bite. Color hair, slight difference. Yeah, I guess you're right though. The face. So one's like chubby, one's on slim fast.
Let's band together.
Come here, sugar.
Objectives activated.
Oh yeah, that lifesteal came in with the clutch.
The enemy captured B.
Man, get wrecked. All right, we're looking good, guys. Wow, 260 pounds. This chick is 350. Oh wow, Kelso's getting like the wiki facts on this. Kelso's like, I'm giving this game a copyright. I am determined. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh,
Oh, what the?
what the? She got wrecked.
That was suicide mission right there. I don't know. I think the ninja guy might be my favorite character now.
No, he's a beast, bro. Any of those assassins, like, ouch, that hurts my ear.
I like the guitar guy too because you can lock the opponent in place.
Right, I had to do some, I did some Tybo.
Objective.
Nice win. Yes, thank you guys. Might as well not sleep. It's 4:30 a.m. here. Wow, I need a time. You're from the future. Good game, good game. Oh man, we got to win. That's great. Are we looking on points though?
I had to come in there to get the win, huh?
Man, I just feel like you said, like the girl with the gun. Like I just feel like that whole auto aim thing. No, like that really takes away the competitive aspect. Like I don't know what this game's plans or routes or motives are, but I mean definitely put a crosshair on the screen. I can understand aim assist, but not auto aim. Like why would you have that?
Yeah, it's like a no skill feature. Like wow, you could just.
Now her attack is not dangerous. Like those auto attacks usually don't do much damage, but it does. I call them cherry poker attacks because it does that little tiny minuscule damage, but it adds up.
Yeah, and she's just sitting there poking at you from a distance. It does add up, and it gets annoying.
That is very true. You are from the UK. Absolutely, you're right. Yay! One of us! One of us! Woo!
It can be annoying, but I don't
You guys are amazing. Look at that.
use that character because that auto aim thing.
Wait, Bleeding Edge is on Steam? No, I don't think so. I think this is just like it's a Microsoft Studio game, sort of, or I don't know. It's on Windows 10 and is on Xbox. But is it on Steam? I'm gonna take a look. That's interesting.
I don't know.
I'm gonna take a look right now. Dude, you know what? I remember I used to play everything and do everything on one monitor. Like, I literally can never go back to that. Wow.
I know.
Somebody's playing Smite. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm dual monitor right now too because I'm watching the stream on one.
Yeah. Oh, you know what though? That can actually make you lag a little bit too. You might want to pause the video. Or you could do chat pop out too if you want.
It doesn't give you chat pop out on here.
Does it?
Nope. Not on the browser version.
You're on the browser. Give me a second. I'll get you something. Okay, so what you're gonna want to do, and this is for, I'll post it in chat for everybody. You just go there. Yeah, you're right though. There's no actual like way to do it. I think there used to be. No, you're right. There is no chat pop out.
Not anymore. They got rid of it.
Why they got rid of it?
They
When-
picture in picture.
Oh yeah, the picture in picture is a thing. That's right. That's right.
I don't know why you'd want picture in picture. That'd be.
Well, I'm thinking too. Things are looking great the way they are. I think. Let me actually check out this new mod preview panel thing. I love it because it shows me. I'm going crazy here. I'm hungry, man.
Okay, that just shows the chat. That's it.
Yeah. That it did work.
Okay. Yeah, it works. Yep.
Okay, yeah, just keep that open so you can see the chat, but you're not gonna lag because you don't have the video player sitting there consuming your resources.
Yeah.
Or if you got an extra phone laying around, just have the stream on that. That probably help make it easier for you.
Yeah, I got an extra phone, or my regular phone. I don't really have it running right now, so I could use it on there too. But
dude, I've been bumping into like a lot of family lately, like because I've been going out a lot. Like I really shouldn't have been out a lot, but I still go out and whatever. So I've saw family I haven't seen in years, bro. And they're all like, "Oh, where you been?" I'm like, "Well, I was talking to one of my cousins. Me and him, we used to game a lot, dude, and I haven't seen him gaming in a long time. Wow, just chatting beats Fortnite, bro.
wow.
170,000 on just chatting. People are on here to make money right now because a lot of people lost their jobs. I understand it. It's good to see the platform's gotten better.
It kind of sucks that it has to take a travesty like this to.
I know that is true. Wait, so when Donkey Ho donated the $3, it didn't show his name. Why?
I don't know. The crazy thing too is, if you look at New York compared to the rest of the states, New York is higher than China in like pretty much every state.
I know it's so.
Or every country, it's ridiculous.
Well, China's been stuck at 81,000 cases and it has not gone up. Like they maintained their problem. They're doing a great job. Germany, I don't know what it is about their doctors, but their doctors are on point. People are recovering like the virus don't even exist.
And then we got New York with New York, everybody's running around. Oh, let's get the coronavirus to everybody. I just keep checking that out. I keep seeing that New York every single day is going up more and more and more. My state's still just barely over 3,000.
Oh, China stopped testing? Is that why their numbers are not going up? All right, I'm looking at this mod view here now too. It looks pretty cool. So we have mod actions, auto mod queue. Shows the chats and things are at our disposal. What else can we do here? What were we trying to do? I don't remember what else we were trying to do here. Oh, there is pop out, but it pops out the whole player. You can't pop out just the chat.
Yeah, I got Windows full screen on.
No, wait, there is pop out. But you have to go in mod panel, I guess, and then there's pop out moderator / Trixzbot chat. Yeah, I was reading something, Kelso. It said something about we have the possibilities of hitting up to 100,000+ deaths. Like, that's crazy, bro. I've been going out. I keep my mask and gloves on. I don't trust nobody, bro. Nope.
The bad thing here, we haven't even got masks.
No, well, we really don't here. I have my ways, but even the places you weren't supposed to be buying masks, they're getting taken down. So one, people are either price gouging, or two, they're selling masks that they're not supposed to. I've seen a lot of hateful comments. People are complaining to people with these masks. Like, don't get me wrong, they went and bought these masks early on because they knew. Obviously, these are people who knew how to hustle. And this is just like when an Xbox or PlayStation comes out to release. You go and buy 5 consoles, you keep one, you sell 4, you make profit. That's just the way it is. That's how it's always been. But now they're trying to make it to become a rule, especially now because this is like like a life and death situation. This is not just for video games or anything like that. Like people's lives are at stake. So now they're restricting them to medical staff first, and then whatever's remaining goes to like companies that need it. But they, to the public, you go to the shelves where they normally stock them, bro. They're no longer stocking.
Yeah, it's crazy. And right now, there's such a shortage of them that the hospital and everything else is actually running out. So they're asking people to stop.
Oh, Bleeding Edge is on Steam.
What?
So are they in a separate server?
Probably.
Oh, that would suck, bro. Let me look at the comments here, because Steam, I love the comments on Steam. They're pretty hateful. That's a good thing.
They are.
Alright, people are like, fun but overpriced. It's a very simple, fun arcade game. It's decent fun, but not very deep yet. Kind of like a hollow chocolate candy. It's also overpriced by about $20. And shoots itself for the foot big time on its part. But it may become much more in the future. But at the moment, it lacks depth in every way. Many features are bugged, non-existent, or non-intuitive. Well, at $5, it would be worth. At $10, it's at its limit. $15 is a stretch. $30 is way out of touch. Wait a bit and pick it up on the bundle site later, or jump on Xbox and grab it for free with Xbox Game Pass as intended. Well, that's what we're doing.
I don't know. I think $5 is too cheap for it. I'd say this is probably a $10 to $20 game.
It should have been $19.99. I think that would have been the... Because there is a couple maps. The thing is, though, each character does have their own attributes, so that's pretty cool. I mean, I would say that they all don't have the same... But the combo is a bit bland. Everything's kind of automated. So I get why people are complaining. Okay, so this person's saying, plagued with levers. Go into a group of 4 or don't bother. There was only 2 bad reviews on here. This one is, it's 8 idiots slapping each other until someone dies. Then someone rage quits till it's 7 idiots slapping each other. See what I'm saying? Steam players, bro. I love their honesty. But yeah, it is on Steam. But I don't think they can play with Xbox or Windows 10.
Yeah, I don't know how that'll work.
They probably have their own server because they run on Valve servers. That's an interesting thing. I have no idea. I don't think so, because there's no Steam friends list on here. Like, how would you play with somebody on Steam?
Yeah, it'd be impossible. Yeah.
Let's take a look. Profile. This is my profile. Oh wow, I got the most wins with Zero Cool. I think I'm just gonna start playing Zero Cool and Buttercup are my 2 best wins. Social? No, that's friends list, but it only shows Xbox and Windows 10 pretty much.
Yep, I think it's got cross-platform with Steam. Looks like.
Yeah, seems like it. I don't think Steam can play with everybody else.
That would suck. So how would matchmaking be on there if there's nobody playing on Steam? Yeah, I think we need to check out last year sometime just to get that free bundle that they're giving out, because that looks pretty good.
Yeah, I love when I get these random messages on my phone, right? It goes, "Hi, this is blah 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 from the rewards department. You have been selected to get our biggest prize. Check it out," and there's a link. Should I be an idiot and click it?
Nope.
Maybe I don't know about keyloggers. Maybe I don't know about phishing and malware. Maybe I'm just completely new to this kind of stuff. I should click it.
I wish they would have a Windows 12. I wish they would get a Windows 12 out.
Well, 11 was a thing. What happened to 11? Did they just cancel it or something? Well,
Probably.
they do skip Windows usually. Like, what was it? 7, 8, 9 was there, but no one really heard about it, and then 10 just came out. Okay.
Guitar guy, ninja guy. Guitar guy, ninja guy.
Okay, so you're going Assassin, which is cool. I'd rather focus on a certain player to get used to it. I'm gonna go. What do we have? We have a.
Power collection starting soon.
All right, we got 2 assassins. I'll go support. That's fine. You probably want somebody who does damage. You might want to go with tanks. Do you want to support or tanks? Up to you. I'll let you choose.
I can do tank.
You want to do tank?
Yeah,
Okay.
you take.
Hell
Since
yeah.
I didn't get my chance of who I wanted to pick. I was trying to figure who I wanted to pick.
All right, this guy kind of reminds me of the guy from Overwatch, the one that shoots the balls.
For this kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't care for none of the
Something I could teach you.
those guys. Really, I don't like the support characters at all.
Yeah, they're kind of boring to play, but they do help the team.
Yeah.
They really do, and I'm okay with that, bro. I'm a team player. I'm not really a greedy, but it is not a fun role. That's for a fact.
Yeah, because if you're not around your team all the time, you will get killed.
How do I place beacons?
Collection phase
Deliver it
complete.
me.
Oh, I just said something? What the hell did I say to you guys? I don't know.
You need something for a hand in.
Get closer.
Hand points activating in 10 seconds.
Yeah, like right now, she's auto-shooting. That's annoying.
What the heck is that?
We're playing Bleeding Edge. I'm gonna die.
Why are you in a mech?
Hand points
Daddy?
activated.
That's you. You don't want to walk, just get in that mech and fly.
In your life now.
You're playing a character that relates to you.
You want to hit what? I am the recharger.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna go grab this health real quick. Oh, I'm healed up. What the heck? I healed up.
How do we get back here?
I don't know. Watch it, they're coming in. Up. Somebody needs up over there. Shoot.
We need a little something, something. Magic healer.
Oh, I'm getting ganked from the back. Oh, I'm dead.
Dang, I'm getting murdered by everybody.
Yeah, our team is splitting up.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
You could download Windows 12 right now? Is it worth it though? Like, I haven't really heard much about it. I remember seeing it, but never actually looked into it.
Hand points deactivated.
We might want to check it out.
Yeah, if it's better than 10. I mean, 10 is probably the stable version. I don't know. 12 sounds sketchy to me. Are you eating a big giant muffin?
Cell spawned.
Alright, well, don't make a mess on the floor. I don't want no crumbs.
The pleasure's all yours. Deploying protection. I am the recharger. It's too far.
There we go. We're doing damage now.
Wow. How did that stop me
We need a little
mid-attack? What the
something,
heck?
something.
Yeah, don't forget to do your dodges. Your dodges get you out of those combos.
I
I'm your
got
life
attacked
now.
mid special move.
Right.
I got you.
You run like a coward.
Yeah, destroy these.
Collection phase complete.
Somebody needs to get that without me. I'm not damage guy. Or not, I guess I'd take it. Or somebody take it.
Oh, it's a VR base. Oh, okay.
Activating in 10 seconds.
I have to look into it.
I am the recharger.
Taco Bell sound pretty good. I gotta get away from that, bro. I promised myself no more fast food, man.
Hand points activated.
Okay, we have all the. Oh, they're coming inbound.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Power cell spawned.
Fired up the firewall.
How did he hit me when I was in midair?
Oh, that's the good stuff.
I'm your life now. Get closer.
She's gone and out.
Wow. Jeez.
Protection is up to date. Aw, does someone need a hug, bud? You need a little something something?
Oh no!
Yeah, I just want my damage guys back.
Oh, you'll be alright. You'll be alright.
I hate this guy. This guy's... He's got a lot of health, but man, he's weak for attack.
Okay, okay. Well, you know what? All three are over there, which is nice. Well, we're at the objective anyway. When's the next one? Oh man, why am I freezing? What the heck? Woo!
Collection phase complete.
I'm cold. I don't even think I have the fan on. Okay, well. It's a Linux-based light at 4.8 of the Linux-based system.
Points activating in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Gather round me, if you please.
You know what I'm gonna do though?
Hand-in points activated.
I want to participate in all this stuff that everybody else is doing. I want to call my some of my bills and see if they'll cut me some slack.
Why does it like stun lock you forever? Holy cow, that's ridiculous. That's what they don't like about it. That whole stun lock thing. It like goes forever.
I'm about to get ganked. I regenerate health from being out on the edge, which is good. All right, health is coming back. Yeah, dude, Discord looks so much better, bro. I'm so glad I went about and did it. You okay? Oh, shoot, team needs help. Oh!
Wow.
Okay, this...
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to damage character.
Damage, yeah.
This guy sucks.
I can't do anything by myself.
Do much. Come on, change character, thank you. I don't know what these teammates are doing, but yeah.
No objective yet? What's going on here? Okay, we're all together, all four of us. All right, let's go.
Tower cells spawn.
Oh.
Power cells, my children.
Yeah, this game is not bad. Again, but I just wish there was more of a better aiming structure, not just this auto shoot. I mean, I guess it makes it console friendly. Maybe that was their main focus.
Well, but console friendly, you don't really need auto aim because they already have aim assist.
Right, right.
Collection phase complete.
Focus on that Gauntlet girl. Oh no.
Deploying protection.
Points activating in 10
You
seconds.
get gained by everybody because the other teammates are just standing there.
I am.
Right, it's all good. All good. Oh!
Hand-in points
Almost had that person
activated.
dead too.
Wow, man, that Gauntlet chick shoots so far.
Stings so good.
I'm freezing, bro.
Holy cow, guy, what are you doing, dude?
It's cold. Arms are
Running
freezing.
away?
Oh no, what happened?
I was almost about to kill this one girl that wanted the gun. And my teammate just ran away.
Oh,
He was standing right next to me, he ran away. Because he had low health.
oh, they captured B. I'm gonna go for A. Oh, we have A.
Okay. These randoms suck.
Tower cells spawn.
We get one good team
Get
last
closer.
round. This time we get, yeah, that's it.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, they won this game anyway. So.
Wow. Yeah, bro, we didn't get the objectives. Shoot. You're downloading it right now? Yeah. We're not on the Steam though, Kelso. We're on Windows 10. If you have Game Pass, just do it that way. It's what, $5? It's cheaper that way, bro, so you don't go spending $30.
Level up.
The good thing about games like these, or not even just this particular game, but this type of genre is like that you can replay them. You know, it's a good party group game. We do put chips on our characters, not Frito-Lays or anything, but we put chips like mod chips. You do have Game Pass? Yeah, it's free for Game Pass. Just play it on Game Pass. Yeah, save your money.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, don't buy it for Steam. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are complaining about the price point, but for $5, pfft, on top of whatever other games you can play already monthly, can't go wrong. Xbox or PC, the one. No, you're good. You're good.
I'm gonna mod this dude up a little bit if I have any good mods.
Yeah, I'm just upgrading first, and then later on down the line. Well, actually, my character that I usually play in got some upgrades. Let's see what he got. He's got ally being healed by recharge deals 7.5% extra damage. Wow.
I don't have enough money. Dang it. I guess I buy me a board. Let's see if these board looks pretty cool though.
Increase bot damage. Increase recharge healing. So the default chips are pretty good already.
Ooh, okay. Skins are kind of interesting.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, but you get them with these points.
Doesn't he have Xbox too?
Daddy,
But
show me the characters.
the only thing though with this though, yeah, he played on Xbox, but you said it signed you out, signed me out of the Xbox when I went on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it signed me out, so he won't be able to play it.
Oh wow.
Daddy,
That sucks.
I'm mad at you. I was in the middle of a match too.
Well, I told you I was getting on. What the heck is going on with this thing I was using, man? It doesn't update the.
Daddy, show me the skin.
I see something cool. Look at this.
Skins ain't the best. They're kind of bland. Oh, I got. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
I got a punk rock skin for that guitar guy. Oh, it looks so cool.
these are all the characters.
Wait, let me see, Daddy. Daddy.
Look at this guy. He got respirators in his mouth. It's like he knew the
Daddy,
coronavirus was
Daddy.
coming.
Yeah,
Daddy.
What?
he was prepared for it.
Okay.
That is cool.
Yes. Well, here, use the mouse. Navigate through the characters
These
real
skins
quick.
are kind of blah.
I'll be right back in a second.
Just like recolored.
Hold on, guys. Alright, this is going on.
Yeah. There's one skin so far I've seen that's actually pretty cool.
What happened to you? You lost your freaking arm? Daddy, this lady lost her arm. Placed it with a robot arm. This guy, I don't even know what happened to him. He's too much in the
They
punk
didn't
rock.
Go out all out on the skin. They just like recolored them. Oh, that one's different. Yeah.
Hey, how do I like circle around? Like
Uh,
to view the characters.
I don't know. I really don't know. And like hold left click on them and turn them. I guess you can. Dangerous work.
What are you, a bird woman?
Huh? What'd you say about?
Oh, so you get some skins for like free skins
you.
for maybe playing the beta?
Huh?
Wow. Guy, look. This woman trying to act like she a knight with some horns from a deer. This is like, look. This is the night deer. Look. This is what knights want to hunt for animals.
Okay.
Daddy, my favorite animal!
The game is afoot.
Interesting, right?
That's not what I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
A big giant snake, a big giant robot snake that went like this. This was not what I was expecting.
The game is afoot.
Did you give me any free
The
skins?
game is afoot. The game is afoot.
Says the game is afoot.
The game is afoot.
Oh.
Daddy. If my Xbox don't have Rocket League on it.
Alright.
Daddy, can I show you my favorite character?
Which one did you like?
The game is afoot.
Maybe a couple of them are cool. Precious. A lot of them seem like recolors or like different colors. Not really like epic skins or anything. I'm sure later on down the line.
Daddy?
The game is afoot.
Alright guys, well let's figure this out here real quick and see what's going on. Yeah, but you're right about the skins though. Most of them are, they just kind of seem more like recolored to me. I'm not really seeing like a vast majority or anything like that.
Did you see the? Did you get some free ones too?
Free ones?
Yeah, I unlocked 3 free ones.
How do you know you unlock particularly just skins? Because a lot of them, not mods.
The check the guitar guy. He's got one of them. At least I got one anyway with the guitar guy.
Okay, guitar guy. Oh, the guitar guy? What was the skins?
Yep.
No,
I got a-
just
I get
classic.
free skin. What? I got. You don't even have a skin up on there. What? I got a skin that's called Punk Rock. How did you not get that one?
I don't know. Well, let's keep unlocking things. Well, you played as them too, so maybe you got it for playing as them. So what is the dojo? Visit the dojo.
Yeah, we both played it for beta though. The beta test.
Mm-hmm.
The dojo it's a training thing. You just have to click on training and it'll take you to the dojo.
Oh, because yeah, I got Welcome to the Jungle introductory. What it says I'll finish those later. All right, are you still upgrading or are you good?
I'm good. Yep. I can't upgrade anyway. I don't have enough money.
Gotcha. Oh man.
Yeah, I got 2 skins or 3 skins that were not recolors that were really nice for free. So I don't know how I got them, but maybe because I played the first beta and then the second beta. I don't know.
Oh, we're starting the match right now, Kelso. Okay, that's good. I wonder if this music is copyrighted or not. It sounds like their own song, but just in case, I don't know. It doesn't sing much. Like, it's more like beat than lyrics, but I want to make sure.
Yeah.
I think it's to the point where game companies should actually just have an option to toggle copyright music on or off.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like that. Like, we have to figure out, is this legit? Am I going to get in trouble? Or you turn music completely off and there's nothing. You know, I mean, instead of
gotta have some kind of music.
Yeah, music really boosts the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, really builds the builds the hype.
Okay, I got my guy. Quick.
You got your guy?
Yep.
All right, we got the tank or support tank. Okay, I'm gonna try.
Objectives control starting soon.
You little reaper.
All right, let's do this.
See mine? See, I got the skin for free.
Yeah, like Kelso was saying, but honestly, even non-copyright music sometimes it's still you still get flagged. Like, you have to fight it and say that it's not. And it's a lot of work. It's easier just to have it off.
2, 1.
All right, well, let's do this. You think we're gonna win this? Oh, look at our boards. Sea of Thieves.
Yep. Did you see my character skin? It's totally different. It's like a
Wow.
skin.
Yeah, you guy looks like he really looks weird.
It's a bit far.
Yeah, it's a. I don't know how I got it, but it's not a reskin though.
Objectives activated.
Up behind us.
You go.
Oh my god, I got wrecked, dude. I hate not having a healer. It's like so weird.
They ain't going nowhere. They're taking objective B.
Okay, Kelsey, yeah, send them to me on Discord or like whatever, wherever it's at. Like, I don't mind playing games like this. Put some music on.
I hate that because it like
cool.
switches the person you're attacking. And
Yeah, well, you can press F to lock the attack or whatever.
I'm getting murdered because yeah.
They're taking objective B. Not cool.
I just would have had 3 people killed there.
Right,
Switch the attack.
very true. Well, we got the objective. It's about to come in.
Let's take down Nick.
I like how his hair moves too. That's crazy.
I notice the game lags if you hold the Alt key.
Objectives activated.
Objective B.
It's like
Okay.
my guitar guy move. What do you
Yeah.
His head bang.
I'm going over there to help them out.
Oh, yeah, there.
Need to get closer. Maxing out.
Okay, I'm gonna get them all frozen, so let's kill them all. Did I miss that attack, really?
Yeah, I kept her with the train. Yo, we took them out though. Let's capture this.
Objective C is
And we are good.
They have gained objective B. Their hunt is our loss.
Oh,
getting ready to pounce.
did we just kill everybody?
Yeah, but they respawn though.
Well, that fast? Wow, okay. Holy cow, that lock attack is annoying.
Objectives deactivated.
Firepower to the max.
I need help, man.
Way too far.
What the heck?
Objectives.
Oh,
We lost B. I'm not crying. You're
Whatever.
crying.
where's the whole team at? Wow, like the whole time I'm seeing.
They all ran away.
Hmm. All right, sounds good, Kelsey. Yeah, that'd be great, dude. I'm down for that. Yeah, my CPU's jumping from like 50 to 75%. Wow. But I'm not lagging or nothing. It's just.
The eye with a hot stick.
Objective B captured.
All right, so we got A and B, which is good. We're in the lead with points, so great.
Need to get closer. Objective C is being stolen. Vortex incoming.
Oh no! Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Killed her.
Objectives deactivated.
Okay, they're all deactivated, which is nice.
Oh, what the? Oh, right, okay. That
It's a
door
bit
just
far.
shut on us. That's cool.
Maxing out.
Objectives activated.
Okay, let me lock him, and then everybody can attack him. Where's the team at?
They're all at B.
Objective C.
Wow, okay, yeah,
Not an option.
holy cow, stop!
Need to get closer. Loser.
Come on. There we go. My character's good, but I gotta sit back. I can't really just go diving in.
Trying to gang attack me, that's what I... Just take that.
Let me take the pain away.
Okay.
Gang baby, that was messed up.
Right.
We taught them though.
Right, we did. No, we got a good formation going on.
If I would have had that smash my ultimate, I would have been done for.
You have
Objectives deactivated.
Life force is charged.
I'm gonna stay up top. Wait, is A coming back in? Or C, I mean, whatever it is.
Objectives activating.
Yep, it's starting to. They're going back for it.
Wow, bro, where's oh, everybody's? Man, they knocked me out. That was a big robot.
Well, that's cool. Everybody got killed there.
Taken point C.
We all got hit by the train. Like 4
Yeah,
people did.
I was still waiting anyway, but
That
Can't
was
stop,
cool.
won't stop.
I caused 4 guys to get killed. I got killed too, but
hey, that's it, victory. Woo!
that was awesome.
I need a debate. Do I want to make me something to eat? Do I want to go get something to eat? I think everything's closed though.
I baited those guys into attacking me, and they got.
What am I looking at?
Level up.
Ooh.
Oh,
Pew pew. What level are you now?
where is it at? 7.
Oh yeah, me too. Okay.
Oh, that was so cool though. I killed like 3 other players because they were attacking me, and we all got hit by the train.
That is very true.
That was funny. Like, oh, you want to keep attacking me? Oh, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So I can buy some stuff now. Sweet. I'm gonna buy some stuff for the other guy though.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Give me a mod for the ninja guy.
What? Hello? Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
Shift strike, range 50%. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay. Got everything I wanted. What else do I have? Oh, for her, the person I don't even use, I got a mod for. Wow, cool.
Right. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right. right, give me 1 second there, Jay. Hold on, okay?
Okay. I hear food.
Okay. What the heck were we talking about? Did we forget?
Yeah, good.
All right. Did you get any cool mods or anything?
Nope, not really.
Not really.
I got one for a character I don't use, that big girl.
Yeah.
On the motorcycle, I got one for her, and I got one for the ninja, but it was a great mod.
Okay. Not cool. Oh man. So how was it at the when you go shopping at your stores?
It's not too bad here. It's pretty, and the shelves are pretty full too all the time. So
Yeah. Over here it's pretty empty. But I am in a big city life, so that's the love and joy of that. But I know on the when you go to a store. Okay, so let's see. Dorellis is live now, right? And he's got the live stream tag. So did it post that he went live? I don't see it. Oh, it didn't post Dorella. Maybe he just went live. So I'm gonna wait a second.
yeah, I just seen him just go live.
Maybe it'll take a little time. I'm kind of curious to see if it works.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
And of course, remember it took a few minutes to go before it actually registered. So.
Oh no, because not everybody has the VIP tag. Oh shoot. I need to change that then.
I have to set it to all.
Dang it. That's a big problem. They're supposed to have VIP though. All right, let me look real quick. Use a database, right? Put the names in order. Or not. Never mind. Yeah, Dorellis is a sub and a VIP, but why doesn't he have it on Discord? He's got his Twitch sub rows. Only one he's missing is the VIP role. Why wasn't he given that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it shows he's a VIP, or yeah, he's a VIP until April 17th. But why did it not give it to him on Discord?
I've had the issue with Twitch, but never on Discord.
Well, Twitch and Discord automatically assigns the sub roles, which works flawlessly. It's the VIP one that does, because that's Trixzbot's job.
Yeah.
Technically, when you become... Let me see something here. Oh, they do Twitch Prime. They don't get... Wait. No, they still get sub. So what the heck happened here? Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. I'm gonna look at a couple of the other guys. So let's look at Kelso. Kelso has VIP. Portrait Zero does not have VIP. So why do some people get it and some people don't? Neither does Tony. That is interesting. Or maybe I can add another role to the mix. Hold on, give me a second. Can I add maybe I can add more than just one. And for this one, I want to do okay, so now it should work there then. Okay. So okay, so now if any of these roles go live, they should be good. I'm gonna cross my fingers. I just gotta wait for someone else now to test it. I know it works for you because you had the VIP, but now you got the game on. I don't want your computer to shut down. I'm scared to even let you test it.
So far, it's actually it's been only shut down one time a day now, so I don't know why, but
Okay, wait. No, it just showed Dorellis went live. Okay, it worked. Sweet. So now anybody with the VIP, any of the Twitch sub tiers, any of those now are whitelisted to become announced automatically. I need to remove mine though. Oh shoot! I did make it remove, but now it's gonna know all my roles. You know what? I don't care. I'm only gonna go on there once. I just hate that I'm gonna be double announced. You know. Well, it doesn't say it everyone, so it should be okay. All right. Nope. It works. That's all. I'm happy now. Okay. Good job. We got it. All right, Jade.
Sometimes Discord can be just a little tricky.
Yeah, I definitely can. Let me finish making this sample.
Ooh, sandwich.
Heck yeah, man. I'm gonna go help
I'm
you.
getting hungry too. I'm just at your. What do I want
Go grab it. Go grab a drink. Go grab grab whatever.
And I just ate like 2 hours ago, and I'm hungry again.
Yeah, I just don't want no fast food, man. I'm gonna wait. Kills you.
Well, everything kills us, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Or
you're
the government.
it really does, man. It really does. Enjoy it while you can.
Yep.
Music reminds me of like Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, it kind of does. Yeah.
Giving me that Mortal Kombat vibe. I gotta go.
I want to get that Mortal Kombat, the new one, so bad. It looks so cool. I've been seeing people play it. It looks awesome.
Yeah, but you know what? The like 10, I think, was a big well, it wasn't a bad game. I just feel like, dude, I was a big Mortal Kombat fan. I'm not gonna lie, I was nerdy for it too.
Oh yeah, me too.
You know, I just kind of stepped back a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of got to after it was off of what was it? Sega was it, or was it Nintendo? I think it was Sega. I think after they started making it onto different consoles, it just kind of it lost its power. I wish Sega would have just kept like a console going or something to have specific games like Mortal Kombat and those games, because
Sega just gonna do it.
could you imagine what games would look like right now if they had Sega still around? Oh man.
Sega was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Sega was definitely awesome. Hey, what's going on there? How are you, boy? Ahoy! Uh-oh. Got a pirate. Arr. Oh, let me show off that board. Which one had the board?
Any of them do. You could just lock it to anybody.
Yeah. Gonna get that board up there. Oh no, Airdar's mad. That's not good. Not good.
You don't see the badge.
What? Wait, what? The badge?
Yeah. Look at his badge.
Nah, I don't. Oh. Well, he should have got a notification. So he's probably maybe he's looking at it and something. I know I do this thing.
Now he sees it.
Yeah. Not only that, but he's seeing the whole bleeding edge and see at these now. Airdar's checking his notifications right now. Yeah, big time. Kelso and Donkey Ho coming in with the mad love, supporting the entire community. Like, these guys are awesome. They're on the top gifter leaderboard charts right now in the bottom of the panel. Coming in giving everybody a sub. Look at that. Alright, I'm finally done making these sandwiches.
Yeah, I do like that Sea of Thieves board. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I guess I see the cannon, I see the skull and the skelly. It does have the Sea of Thieves, but it's so tiny, like the little logos. Like, you want to really be able to tell. Most people can probably just overlook this.
Yeah, we
It's
had
all-
a mini subathon here today.
Instead of gold hoarder, it's a gold border. I'm done. That is crazy. Yeah, I checked there. Though. I don't have any notification. If it's a message you sent me before, I did see the. Yeah, I see the older messages. I did see it. I'm just I'm planning a day to do it. Oh man. Yeah, I'm debating between a YouTube video or live streaming it. I'm not sure yet. Hold on, guys. Let me clean up this mess. Yeah, Kelso is awesome. Coming in like that. I'm gonna hook everybody up too again because that's just crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and get some. We can get some games in, I guess. She got a new mod, so yeah, you gotta play as them to unlock their things. That's probably why I haven't gotten the. Oh man. All right, guys, I'm gonna have webcam off here just for a bit. So let me go ahead and put my cartoon up just for a little bit, guys. I'm gonna be stuffing my faces. Okay, where did oh gosh, where did oh dear, did I seriously forget to grab my bottle of water? I really did. Wow. Okay then. Well. I'm gonna go grab that. Alright, should be good. All right, let's do this real quick. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, Jay. How we looking, bro? Mm-hmm.
7 VIPs got 500 retro coins. Wow, Trixzbot's being nice though.
Right.
Usually it's 100. Usually a cheapskate. Yeah, we got some mysterious patties. I don't know what they are, but they're not bad. That's all I'm having.
Wait, what is it? Mysterious patties?
Yeah, we don't know what they are. They taste like, look like hamburgers, but they
What
don't
is that, a Krabby Patty or something? Like, what are you eating there, Jay?
I have no clue what it is.
Wow.
They're not bad. We got a package that we got in some food thing that we got.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have no name onto it. So I don't know what the heck they are, but they're good.
Well, you know.
They almost look like those fake hamburger patties, but they're not hamburger. I don't know what they are.
Oh.
So how do you do that that new game that you added, the pick
Which
a
one?
number or whatever it was? That pick a number thing?
Oh, I don't have a command for it. I could try to set one up.
Oh, it just like does it randomly?
I had to manually like ignite it through the system.
Oh, okay. So it's on you. You have to do it yourself. That's. I was wondering what that was. Like it just randomly popped up. Like what the heck is that?
Yeah. What was the other one? That's also like. Oh my god! I typed in, didn't even put an amount.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
I think 100 is the max, right? Oh, you go cheap and just do it at 10.
Oh yeah, I'm going cheap, bro. I'm budget spending.
You got like what, 500,000 points?
I never spend them.
I know.
Okay. Wow. No.
140,000. Okay, you dropped quite a bit down.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm doing the guitar guy again, I guess.
But look what I got in the bank. Ooh.
Oh wow. So yeah, you better have a 200,000.
Right. Wait. Did you not get in the game? Oh, you are in here. We're missing a fourth.
Yeah, we're here. We're just waiting for a few people to pick.
Let me finish this last sandwich. Get my webcam back on. We're good to go.
I think my bank account's empty.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I never did put any money away on that.
Well, just do check bank. You'll see. Or you can invest money too. Like if you don't want to spend your money.
Starting soon.
Everybody's got 0 in the bank.
Oh, I got 100.
You got 100. See? Oh. Oh yeah.
Oh, we have no support. Oh no, this is not good.
3, 2.
Yeah.
God, what is this?
I fixed the going live now too, Eridarm. So instead of like all you like
Power cells.
stream supporters, instead of like having to manually go in there and like type that you're live, it automatically do it. Oh no!
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, we got caught. Dang it. The SWAT team
I
killed
got
us,
you.
man. Well, that was really helpful. The people in there, I got murdered.
Wow. I got ganked.
Massacre.
Uh-huh. So like Dorellis went live, but the bot posted that he's live, so people can see it now. Make it easier on the subs, you know?
Hampton points activated in 10 seconds.
Oh no!
Run away. Just keep running away.
Hampton points
Jeez.
I'm your life now.
Wow, what a coward, man. Just keep running away. Wow.
Wow.
He's too far.
Yeah, we're gonna lose this one because of no teamwork.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds. Power cells spawn.
All right. Oh, Jim, I think you're frozen. I'm coming for you, bro.
Your protection is up to date.
Oh, come on. Really? Trap me in the corner, yeah. No skilled player, huh?
No, don't worry about it. You have to dodge. Make sure you do your dodge when that happens.
I am the recharger.
Which one is that?
For keyboard shift.
Shift?
Yeah, when they do a combo on you, press shift to get out of it. But remember, it uses your stamina, so if you don't have stamina, you can't break out of it.
Well, my shift does this. My shift is block or whatever this is.
Oh, I don't know. Behind you, behind you.
Collection phase complete.
I got you.
How did you get out of that? Whatever.
That's the good stuff.
Stand back or suffer.
Jim, you left me for dead.
Hand in points activated.
I'm almost dead too.
Deploying protection.
Wow.
Wow. Shit.
Deploying protection.
Yeah, this team is
Hand in
just...
points
They're not good.
activated.
No.
Our teammates suck.
I'm playing with the mouse and keyboard right now.
Respawn.
No.
Your energy is mine
Wow.
now.
I am Waller.
Come here, you. Hey, put away, coward.
Wow. She wrecked me. The thing is, it's auto aim. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not aiming with a cursor.
Yeah, it's not, it's a no skill.
I hate that.
Power cell spawning in 10 seconds.
It makes me think of those like classic games like this where auto aim was a thing, but we're to the point where if you can't aim, then screw it.
Yeah, don't play.
You know, it's crazy. All right, I'm coming in, bro. Wow, she just ran into the train, really? Okay.
Wow, okay, yeah, cool. You're lucky your teammates spawned behind you, otherwise you would have lost that one. Teammates spawned in there and killed me, shot me in the back. Must be nice to get that lucky.
I'm ganked. I'm dead. What is the team even doing right now? Everybody's at base. Nobody's capturing objectives.
Collection phase complete.
Don't do anything anyway, so you still know that. That's cool.
Yeah, whoever's over there by themselves. Or no, you guys are all over there.
Hand in points activated.
Yeah,
in
they
10 seconds.
man, we're okay. We gotta capture B is what we need to do.
Hand
There we
in
go.
points activated.
We gotta hand in the points.
You need a little something, something.
This lady, stop running away and let me heal. Jeez. There you go. You're healed now. Fight, fight. Now I'm getting okay. Fight, or don't fight. I'm sorry, but this player sucks. They must be. I don't know. Yeah. What the hell are they doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, how do you see scoreboard? There's no scoreboard?
Push tab. Is it push
Hey,
stats?
me again.
You gotta push tab and push stats. Yeah, it was just basically us two doing anything and everybody else is running.
Look at me,
around.
bro. Let's see here. Only one of us, or two of us got kills, but obviously I'm support, so I shouldn't be having kills anyway. I done more damage than the person who's playing assassin. I'm done. I took more damage. I took half the same amount of damage as a tank. I did my healing. I did my job.
Yeah, that team was bad. Every time I'd actually be fighting somebody, they would run away, and I'd have 4 or 5
Yeah.
people, the whole team attacking me. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I had 2 guys, or I had a teammate next to me, and they left me. And then the other teammate came back after they died and respawned, and I got ganked. I got triple teamed.
Wow.
I had no
I mean, at least they didn't quit though. But I'm not gonna lie, the assassin damage dealer, whatever you want to call it, or DPS, pretty much, just didn't do their job.
I was trying to do my job, but I kept getting ganked all the time, so I can't kill 3 people at once.
Yeah, we gotta see what's going on with Kelso though. Hold on, give me a second, because I think most Kelso's online. What's up with my Xbox friends list? It's not even acting right. It's acting weird. Where's I don't even see Kelso on here. Well, we'll do another fight real quick.
Okay. Hey, he said he was doing something with the Discords.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to see.
Search for the definition of cheap, you'll see tricks. Wow.
Let me guess, Thomas?
That message. No, Aradar.
Oh.
I just saw that comment. I didn't see it earlier.
Nah, I gotta be cheap, man. Sometimes you got to.
Yeah, that's why I went with the cheap PC build, but I should have went a little bit better, but yeah.
Well, some things you don't go cheap. Like my computer, when I built it, I learned don't always go the lowest. You go a little higher or you go a little more. Same with my car. If I buy car parts, I don't buy the cheapest. I always go that one step up. Or depending on the type of part I need, sometimes I will go all out, depending if I want the warranty or I want that extra increased performance and whatever it is. But most of the time, what I learned, don't go too cheap. Like same with like certain foods, bro. You ever buy something like I'm gonna use macaroni and cheese for an example. All right, you can go craft or you can go generic, and that generic usually tastes like cardboard. So
some of the generics actually taste better than craft. So it kind of
right, but it's all about knowing what you're doing. Yeah, craft. Honestly, any of the cheese in general is just because it's like powdered cheese in the first place. It's almost all the same. The best is homemade, straight up.
Yeah, even Velveeta, they have that real cheese. That stuff is nasty. Oh.
Yeah, it's too cheesy for me. And I guess sometimes it's okay if you make it like I don't. If I were to make something like that, I don't just make it straight out the box like how they want you to make it. I usually tweak it up a bit. All right, so what do we got here? We got a damage dealer.
Looking for players.
Got 2 damages.
Okay, 2 damages.
Digi-guy. What did the Digi-guy, but that guy picked it first.
This lady looked like she can be good. Melee support who generates life on hit and can protect her teammates.
Yeah, I like her better. Her and the snake are pretty good.
Yeah, I might have to.
That sucks.
Which one? This one?
The guy on that bike thingy or whatever. That spacecraft thing, that guy sucks.
This guy?
No, the other one. The one that you played this last one. I don't like that guy.
Oh, no, he's good. Just, he's a straight healer. Straight up what he does.
Yeah, that's why I don't like him about it. And of course, when you want to heal somebody up, you have to lock onto them. So if they're not near you, you can't heal somebody up, so.
Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, Discord, I did a bunch of rework, man. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it. I know,
Also, we had one player quit already. Wow, okay, that's cool. So we either need a healer or we need a tank, because we have one guy short, so.
Yeah, this lady with the staff, she seemed pretty good. Like I've seen her in action. I'm gonna try to learn her.
The Snake one, I've played him
Objectives
before. He's
control
not
starting
bad,
soon.
but uh-oh, match is starting. We're gonna be. Oh no, we got somebody now. Finally, cool. Not playing.
Hassan Ben Sogu for my dude.
See, channel a powerful heal on an ally can be retargeted with R while active. Grant stealth on all allies and reveal all enemies for 10 seconds. Life Force seems better. Just so I can kind of get the heal in.
Yeah, it is kind of like Paladins.
Yeah, same concept. Paladins, League of Legends, Overwatch. It's like an arena-based game.
4v4 instead of 5v5. Most of those games are 5v5.
Yeah, I gotta learn what my ability is here. What does she have? What is this, a heal? Or just a shield? Okay. I don't know what that was.
It's a heal shield.
I lack a target.
It's like a dome that heals you.
Objectives activated.
I don't understand what my... Oh.
Wow, okay, yeah, cool. Nobody followed me, though. Of course, now you follow me in afterwards after our dad.
Wow, bro, their team is good. Our team, yeah, we're dead. It's GG.
Yeah, I went in and nobody else followed me.
Yeah, nobody went in right. I'm trying to think. Alright. Yeah, they're together. They're bunched up. Are we still missing a board? Oh, my CPU low, man. What the heck? Well, I am live streaming, so that's definitely a thing.
How did you get locked? Did somebody like attack you and just lock you?
Who, what?
Did you get attacked and you got frozen there or what?
Careful, Jim. I'm dead. There's nobody here. Holy crap. This game is off-road GG. I'm done.
Yeah, this game's over.
This is
already.
too terrible. Everybody's just randomly doing whatever, like... Who is what now? Let me take a look. Look, we got 3 damage dealers, but nobody's doing damage.
I can't do damage by myself.
Yeah, Radar, I don't think this is your type of game. I'm trying to think... You know what? I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
I'm definitely gonna go tank, try it out.
We gotta have something because, yeah, these guys ain't doing...
Yeah, stick with me, Jim. Don't worry about the team. Alright, I'm gonna...
Enemy captured A.
We need to capture objectives. Let's get B, because they're all at A. This is how we're gonna win.
Watch your step,
Take him out. Wow. We got the objective. Sweet. Well, careful, Jim. My God, dude, the rest of the team is not here. GG off rip. Like, we just... Damn. How long is this match gonna be? Alright, solid. Sounds good. I don't like this. How do you said tab? Stats?
Yep.
That was a case of road rash I didn't need.
Objectives.
Yeah, this big tweet 55 sucks. He's straight up like he's not damaging anything. Like, why are you playing damage? You're not even doing damage. Now he's doing damage to somebody. It's about time.
I went in the first time, and he was right next to me.
Objectives.
He didn't follow me in, so I got ganked by all 4 players because he didn't follow me in
Wow.
to help me. It's like, well, thank you for the help, guy.
Well, we need objectives. Go ahead and capture C. I'm coming to you right now. Yeah, don't worry about the rest of the team, bro. They're trash. I got your back. Don't worry. Got him. Wow, he got away. Get him!
That teleport thing, I hate that. That's annoying.
Get out, dude.
Wow, whatever.
Oh my god. Oh, you're down?
Almost. And now I'm getting ganked by another one. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because the rest of the team ain't here.
My life force protects
Got shot in the back by the gun girl.
My life force protects you.
Yeah, this definitely is a rage-inducing game when you don't have a full team.
No, it's just randoms. That's any game. It doesn't matter what game you play. Yeah, no, this is the worst game we've had so far. Like,
Hunky-dory.
Because these guys never are there to help. Oh, wow, they actually...
well, you know what? Get our own points. I'm going for objectives. I'm not even worried about kills. Let the objectives coming up.
Give me a little damage buff.
Why is everybody seeing each other on the map? I don't like that. That's dumb. It's too easy.
I know, it's like, okay, you're here, okay, so let's go there. Oh, there's a whole group coming in.
Oh my god, we're...
What are you doing, Ninja Dude? Come on, hello, help me. Oh, you do the shadow strike when there's nobody there. That's cool. Yeah, awesome.
How is this guy even healing, though? I'm dead. The whole team's on that side. Like, it's not a hard game. Get with the program. Like, what's wrong with these people?
The Ninja Dude did the shadow strike and nobody was there. They're killing me, but he
Butter
wasn't
my
even close
butt
to
and
me.
call me a biscuit.
Like, I should not be having as much damage as damage dealers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I should be taking the hits. The damage dealers should be running in, getting the kills. They got seen. There's no way we can capture it alone. Who's over there? They're gonna get murdered.
Yep, the whole team's over there.
Yeah, and they're weak too, man, but I'm not going in by myself. And they can see me on the map. Like, that's stupid.
Objectives deactivated.
I don't like that. Nah. Remove the automated HUD thing. Remove the aim thing. Oh my god. We're...
Back here.
Objectives activated.
There we go. Finally.
Come get some sugar.
I'm almost dead. We have no way of healing. That's the problem too. Let's just capture the objective real quick.
He is mine, all mine, all mine.
Well, yeah.
Watch your step,
Ow,
honey.
that hurt. That just almost killed me. Oh yeah, you just had a one hit me, dude.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh! Yeah, I can't do anything. I got no health.
Me either, I had 37 health.
They're stealing point C.
You just had a one shot me.
Yeah, well, not much we can do here.
Yep. Just a teammate.
See, I don't like this, like, auto aim, swing, shoot. Like, there's no skill in that.
Nope. It's a no skill game. It's just, oh, yep, I'm gonna.
No. Well, I did it for the board, I guess, but I thought it was going to be something for Sea of Thieves. Yeah, I'll be leaving my review on this game. Remove auto aim and remove auto detecting on the map. Like, do those two things, I'm satisfied.
I'm surprised that nobody said anything about that on the Steam review.
Yeah. Because some people probably actually like that. It just...
It is stupid because it's on the Xbox.
Yeah, it is a third-person game, so that's why there's probably the auto aim. But still, like...
Learn some skill, learn how to shoot, learn how to aim.
Yeah, like, I just... It defeats the purpose of PC gaming. Like, I like games with no crosshair, and I like games with no auto nothing.
Yeah.
I hate aim assist, but I'd rather deal with aim assist than auto aim.
What if they actually have an option to turn that off? Let's see.
Probably not. It's built into the game. Lock on activation, hold, lock on selection, enable controller. No.
Lock on activation, hold, locked on selection.
That might be what it is, because you hold target and it remembers what you lock it onto.
Auto target selection. There is an auto target.
There is?
Auto. It's on automatic. It's under controls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see that when I went by. How come I don't see Kelso online? What the heck? Or I think it's Arch Nemesis on here. I don't see... I don't know. I think Solid's downloading it too. I'm not really too sure. Solid, did you finish installing it? Oh, wait. No, I think he left. Never mind.
Okay, so let's try the auto. Okay, so what does this mean? Determines the rules for selecting a target when locked on is not being used. Auto mode uses ability-specific rules. Camera picks mode always picks target closer. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay. So either way, it automatically locks on.
True. Sorry, you might as well leave it on. I mean, everybody does it. Why not? Turn it off, it puts you at a disadvantage. And there's really no crosshair system, so I mean, it's not like... I don't know.
Yeah, that's...
It'll at least add some leverage of, like, competition. Like the healer, like, you shouldn't just automatically just press a button to auto-heal and whoever's nearby. You should have to aim at that person.
Yeah.
That's weird. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what made them do this. I know it's because of the third person perspective, but still, just put a crosshair on the screen. I wouldn't mind that as long as it wasn't auto aim.
Yeah. Yeah, the seeing everyone in your screen is dumb.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't, but I don't know how that works. Like, I guess if your team's near them, yeah, but there's times nobody's near them and you can still see them across the map. Like,
yeah, it's like they spawn in, you see them.
How do you gank on somebody? It's like somebody has a big giant ward in the middle of the map saying, yeah. Enemy detected.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even like Smite, you have to actually have the thing to see him, and yeah, or see him with your actual eyes.
Yeah. Well, our problem was that was a bad. Like right now, I'm gonna see what people pick. Everybody always picks damage. I get it. You want to be the big shot. You want to be the MVP. You want to be in there doing the battles, but don't pick it if you can't play it.
And I like the damage, so yeah. You know what I'm gonna do?
Well, we got 2 damage already. You gonna do her? Oh wait, who's her? You? Okay. I'll do
Starting soon.
I don't know. Out of all the tanks, I like the girl. Buttercup's pretty good. But I need support. Like, you can heal too, so that's good.
Let's roll.
Who did I pick? I didn't pick anybody yet.
Oh, no? Oh.
Oh, one of them switched. Okay. I'll do Ninja Dude then. Heck yeah.
There you go.
Got my guy. Yes.
Yeah, we're on the... You can do... It's crossplay. Eridar. I don't know about Steam, though.
3,
Just
2,
like when it all
1.
started, huh, Damon?
It's on Microsoft Store, though.
But let's go make them.
Oh, still? Even on Steam?
Power cells spawn.
I don't know. I don't know if it's crossplay through them, though. I don't think it is, but...
Where are they at?
Get back in here.
Oh, hold Z.
Okay, there you go. Cool. So much easier.
Big.
Like right now, he's auto hitting me. And I'm going around him, but for what? It auto hits. Like, I hate it. I got wrecked because I come in to help the team and the team dips. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it's just more of a... Yeah, the beta was amazing, but if there's Steam players in here, that could be why. lot of Steam players be hacking. I ain't gonna lie, they be cheating, bro.
Oh yeah.
Steam players is CS:GO players. You know what I'm saying? Cheaters.
Yep. Yeah, let's do this thing.
Yeah, I never knew I had that ability.
Collection phase complete.
Oh, I got different ability. Oh, if you hold the attack button, you do something different.
Oh, cool. What is this one dude doing? Just run, you just ran away from somebody that's got full out like you. Wow, what a coward. What the heck?
Hand invoice activated.
Oh, come on, GBD. It just like locks you. Yeah, this game's definitely no skill. Like, even the attack when you get hit, it just like stuns you for like forever. It seems like.
Yeah. I should have left that battle.
I couldn't even do anything. I was like stun locked forever.
Yeah. You're probably better off just doing Mountain Blade, Eridar. Just do your Mountain Blade. Why is my CPU low to 85%? What the hell?
Come on, guys. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Y'all can slap me with bread and call me a sandwich.
Alright, I'm coming in. I'm coming in.
What did that thing? What the heck?
The light source within emanates.
Come on, man.
Hand invoice deactivated.
Oh, I forgot I had an ultimate. Yeah.
Power cell spawned.
Holy cow. Really? You did that much damage to me with 3 hits. Whatever, dude.
Yo, where the heck is the team at, bro? Come on.
How did I get hit, man, when they weren't even looking at me? Whatever. Oh, wow. She's punching somebody else and I get hit. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm about to just say hell with everybody and just pick my characters. Screw the whole trying to keep a team formation. There's no point. No point at all.
Yep.
Let's roll.
Let's see. They got 2 damage dealers, support in the tank. They're playing it right. We got a support in the tank and 2 damage dealers, but we're just not doing it. Oh my god. Get out of this menu. Jeez.
Phase complete.
Wow. I've done a lot of damage. I've done 3,200 damage. That's crazy, bro.
Hand invoice activated in 10 seconds.
Oh, come on. What is with the stun lock joke, man? This is ridiculous.
Wow.
Invoice activated.
I feel nothing.
Come here, sugar. Fall back. We must work together.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. No kidding. But we don't know because our teammates.
Right. Wow, the stun is dumb.
It is.
I'm dead.
But I had a bunch. So now they're going to get all the cells because I had them all.
That was dumb. Maybe there's like an item you can get to stop like crowd control, maybe? Or maybe is that too sophisticated for this game? I don't know.
Probably just sophisticated for it.
Yeah, they probably don't know about that yet.
Stop their delivery of food.
Why am I stuck?
They're scoring a creep.
My ass.
I love how nobody is here.
Back here.
Yeah, no, we need a better support, man. I mean, she's holding it down, but
Power cell spot.
can't, bro. It's always a 3-4 verse 1-2. Like,
Yeah. Always.
the problem is the damage dealers are not ganking. They're going straight in. Well, let's take a look. The stats tells it all.
I'm gonna jerk a knot in your tail.
Well, she is healing though. She did 3,000 healing, so she's doing her job. But yeah, their damage dealer is wrecking us, bro. Their god felonies gotta go. All right, we're gonna have to grab attack bonuses too. There's no objective right now, so everybody's fighting when there's no objective. I don't know why. Oh my god.
Wow, those skills.
Whoa, there's lag here. What the? Come on.
They were focused on you, then I come in there to help you, and they just gang up on me.
You know what time it is? It's after midnight. Tryhards are out. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
People with their tryhard panties are out. All right, that's cool. Hopefully they're the edible ones too. They're gonna need it for their teammate. Well, let's see.
Yep.
Look at my guy's mid lane. I'm not rushing in there. You crazy?
In 10 seconds.
All right, got the power upgrade.
Get back here.
Oh my god, no!
What the heck? How did I get hit when they were attacking me? Okay, cool. I got hit when they were hitting you. Okay.
That was bad, bro. I'm not liking that. If I get another match like that, I'm done, dude. No, I'm not doing it. Like, there's just no. It's like it's like military forces being just thrown out at random. There's no formation.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's like playing Conquest and everybody's going mid lane. Like, nobody's doing objectives. Like, dude, how do you think we're gonna win?
And I'm always trying to stay by you, and I'm attacking you or attacking the guys, and I'm getting destroyed because they automatically retarget it.
There's no
to
way.
attack me.
I'm a tank. I did 8,000 damage out of the whole team. How?
Well, every time I actually was fighting anybody, it was always triple teamed,
That's crazy.
and I have no health to be triple teamed.
Yeah, we need a full team, man. Hopefully we can get Solid and Kelso in here, but I'm not sure. I don't see them on. I don't see them on right now. Well, I still got the queue up, and I'm just gonna wait for the Joe to queue so I don't keep like bugging them. We'll start another one real quick.
Yeah, I see Kelso's still in the stream, but let's see what I got for her.
Right.
So I got a mod.
Thank you, Gothic.
Stealth movement by 20%. Okay.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to really do is actually sit, look at the workshop, look at the items, see what they do, and put on how we play, so that way it'll better us. But
Yeah.
right now, I don't have much, so I'm trying to get the upgrades, and these guys are just going all in. Like,
Yeah, they've been probably playing it since launch.
and honestly, since I've been playing, nobody talks in game, so everybody's on some form of party chat. You can tell Clark's on Xbox. Wait, that top person on the top right, the Badger, whatever. We're playing the same people.
Yep. GB Whoop Whoop was in the last match too.
Wow.
Wow, so yeah, the matchmaking even sucks.
Well, we get matches, but it just feels like we're just being partied up with the same people.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I was saying the matchmaking sucks, guys.
Hold on, I gotta fix Trixzbot. Trixzbot is not supposed to. Let me see here. Wow, my Trixzbot got messed up. There we go, that's fixed. Okay. Let me take this through. We have a tank.
Objectives control
Yeah, 2 damage dealers. All right. You know what? As much as you hate this guy,
Hell yeah.
I'm going healing, bro. That's it. It's showtime. Let's go.
I don't like playing him, but
Yeah. No, he's okay, but we have a good tank, and we have 2 damage dealers. So I just hope Champ knows how to play that old lady, because she's a pain in the butt. You don't play her right. But she's good for camouflaging.
2, 1.
Oh. All right, let's go. Jim, we're going to win this one, bro. I had this feeling. Can you feel it?
nope.
Me neither. Thanks for ruining it. All right, let's go. All right, we got 3 left. 1 mid. Let's get this one on the right.
Come on now.
Gank up on her. Gank. Oh. Good.
The pleasure's all yours.
Objectives activated.
Oh, get the healer.
Where the heck did they go?
Oh, we lost B. Get that zero cool hack.
There we go. They lost the healer, which is good.
Holy cow, that whole stun box thing is ridiculous.
I am the recharger.
Okay, here we go. I got you, Jim.
And the pain goes away.
I'm your life
Where the
now.
heck did they go?
Right. Well, what's with the smoke? Oh, we go disappear? It does nothing. Oh, it does, but I can't fit.
Deploying
Whatever
firewall.
else is full heal.
Oh, I do now. Oh, maybe because I was healing you guys.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. There we go. Let's get him.
What the heck? How'd they get stunned even though I was...
I got you.
It's almost like you never got hit. Oh, we gotta get the healer.
That zero cool hack.
Objectives deactivated.
Your protection is up to date.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Objectives activated.
I am the recharger.
I gotta get you guys health, man.
How did they get stunned? What the
Get that
heck?
zero cool hack.
You gotta get that zero cool out of the way. Attack the guy in the yellow chair. Get him, Jay. Get him.
Get that zero cool hack.
There you go. Now they don't have a healer.
I'm your life now.
There we go. See? It's all we need, bro. Formation.
You need a little
yeah,
something.
Not this random shenanigans, whatever the heck is going on.
This, we're showing this team how to actually play because
Nah, I'm gonna let you.
not everybody.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool game, Gothic. It's got its ups and downs. It can make you mad. It can make you happy.
That's why I think how they.
How do I cancel? Oh, I'll just attack.
You won.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm gonna hide again like a little chicken. Oh wait. We got another objective. Oh no. She needs help at objective C.
Okay, how do we go there? Oh, there it is. Okay.
They're taking objective C.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh boy, they're coming.
The pleasure's all yours.
What the heck, really? You didn't even aim at me. And got
Yeah, well, I'm healing through the floor. Look at this.
Objectives activated.
Oh, come on, whatever. Not even aiming at me, dude.
Hey, they took B.
We should have just stuck with B. Stayed at B.
Yeah, we should have.
Objective A.
Seriously? This poking is annoying. Oh my god.
Those noobs take aim.
Objective B is ours.
Look, nobody's protecting me. Yeah. Let them attack the healer. That's fine. Nobody cares. But Clark's going for C, so as long as they're doing objective, I'm okay with it.
Come on, come on, come on. Wow, whatever, dude.
Mine now.
The whole gang just comes in.
Right.
Our team formation just died
Respawn.
because we decided to go somewhere else.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, okay. Let's get back in there. We gotta do this, bro. Alright, let's go. Objective-wise, they caught up. They're 198, and right now we're at 215, so they're gonna catch up no matter what. We gotta get the one on the top right.
Objectives activated.
Who let them take C?
Yeah, we need to get our team formation back and
Yeah.
stay together.
It's all good, it's all good.
When we stayed together, we were dominant.
I am the recharger. Deploying protection.
Come on, move.
No, man, where's the other two guys? Come on. Oh my god, jeez. We're dead.
Let that healer's be picking little hard.
My god, I ran into the wall like an idiot. Yeah, no, there's people thirsty in this game for sure. That's hashtag facts on that one. But you know what though? It was part of Game Pass, so it's technically kind of sort of free, I guess, right?
Yep, pretty much.
That's why I'm not complaining. Feel bad for the ones paying $30 though. I don't know about that.
It just
I like free games.
teammate just took the health, and I need him
No.
more than he did.
Jim, stay alive, bro. I'm coming with the heals. Where you at?
I got you.
Get out here.
Objectives activated.
We're good.
Oh wow, then I got programmed.
I'm your
destroyed.
life now.
Come here.
Yeah.
What the heck, really?
Oh, that's okay. Get that guy out. Where'd he go? What the heck?
You want the
Yeah,
hit
like he
block?
just teleported. What the heck? Come here. How does he keep teleporting like that? What the heck?
Oh, he's dead.
I need a little something something.
Alright, well, without their healer, get away from me. Oh, I'm getting ganked. It's like, why is my... Nobody's... Oh my god, this guy really wants to get me. I got you, Jim. Get this guy off me.
I'm your life now.
Thank you. I'll get you on the heals. Oh, their healer's back.
Say hello to my little friend.
My gosh.
Some of these abilities on these two characters is just so annoying. Oh, let's teleport from one side of the map to the other side of the map to this side. You go to attack them and they're just gone.
Your protection is up to date.
Alright, we got one of the rings coming. I'm gonna try to gather it.
The gods have gifted them objective B.
Alright, we got this one.
Those vagrants got off with
We got all 3 objectives. Holy crap.
I tell you.
He is mine.
Oh, they're going back for...
Lucas still like he's on that one. Go back.
Your mom could have stopped them at sea.
ever heal me?
Good job, Jim. Good job. All right, I'm gonna go back for the middle one now.
The pleasure's all yours.
I'm gonna get this thing here. The damage boost is always nice.
Oh, it sure is.
Deploying protection. I got you.
Surely we knew we would get
nice, eh?
objective B.
Mm-hmm.
Losing the objective of C.
I am the recharger.
I like that. I am the recharger.
Right?
Objective A captured.
It's now or never, King.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, what? I was just doing anything or two. Run, dude, run.
We need a little something, something.
Objectives activated.
Stop them from snagging B. I blame the arthritis.
Yep, just the middle one's only one up. And they're in the lead just by a little bit.
Just try and stop us.
I'm your
Man, when that dude
life
turns gold, man, he's impossible to kill or hurt.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's annoying.
Pain goes away. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, ninja guy's on me.
Get closer.
I'm dead. Trying to get him.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. You know, maybe it doesn't come to people's minds. Kill the healer and they can't get healed. I wonders.
Oh man.
Well, their tank did a really good job. The tank obviously was at the ejector because he can take the hit, see? He knows what he was doing. He made sure nobody captured it. Now, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, that dude is annoying. That tank thing.
People need to watch more replays. I'm almost leveled 8.
Yeah, see, we actually had some pretty good damage on all of us, but
Yeah, no, that was a better round. And then, if anything, I don't like that one map. That the one you have to like launch across. I don't like that one.
yeah, I don't either.
I'm not really a fan of it. You should be able to toggle like maps or something, or at least give the players a chance to choose which map.
Yeah, well, even that map there, I don't really. It's not bad. That map's not bad, but it's still not one of my favorites.
Yeah. You've been Gothic Beauty. This is the Gothic Beauty that I know, right? From a long time ago? I'm pretty sure it is.
But I hate when they're attacking one person and they just like automatically talk.
Or is this another one?
That's closest, or they could be attacking you, and then all of a sudden I'm getting attacked too. Like, okay,
Yeah, that's the one I know. Okay, well, I hope everything's been great. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We got this, bro. Don't worry. Man, I was reading another thread about Star Citizen
yeah.
and the hate on that game, bro. Oh, this game's been in development since 2011. They're gonna really need to, you know, they're saying that people are they're putting too much hope into it, and about their like move that they made was not smart with made them, you know, with all the money they made. Like it's a good looking game. It's fun. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't put a lot of money into the game, so that's why it don't affect me. But I think a lot of people that put hundreds or if not thousands into the game, they're probably the ones that are gonna go mad, bro, if something does go down. But because it's already hitting a decade, I mean, I'm just worried. Like, their engine is nice. Maybe they secretly have something working while no one sees it, you know what I'm saying? Because people have big mouths on the internet. Maybe they're secretly working on something. We don't know. It's really up to the developers. They could just say, hey, we're done. They just shut it down and not care. They could do that. That's their game. Or they could just come up with this surprise attack and amaze everybody. And that's where it gets confusing, because it's a risk you have to take. That's with anything. It doesn't matter. It's like going to a horse race and you're betting on a horse. You're risking it because your money's on something, and whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter. It's you knew the outcome and the damage that could happen, or you know the possibilities. You know, but people don't think that. People are hating on it because of whatever. But it's a fun game.
Yeah.
That was a better round. That was a better round. I mean, yeah, it's buggy, and those bugs get kind of annoying because sometimes you can't even finish a mission, but it's fun. I remember that last mission we did. I think we like disappeared or something. It was like a weird bug, but it was cool. And then the other ship came and blew up our ship. I'm like, oh crap.
Yep. One shot at it, just boom. Like,
Damn.
oh, man, well,
Yeah, we were out of luck there.
I could see you, but you couldn't see me, and it was like we were like desynced. It was bad.
Yeah. But you know what though? I like space stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to me space is more of an exploration type of thing, and pretty much what it is too. It's hard because not everybody goes out of space to really see what's happening out there. You know, we don't really know what the rocks or mountains are going to look like on a planet. We just go by pictures and what we learned.
Yeah, and most of that stuff is.
Uh-oh.
Is it really real or is it fake?
You got a Puerto Rican flag up there. Oh shoot, maybe that's Bori.
Yeah, that's Bori. He changed.
Or maybe it's you, because you always got Bori in your name.
I know. I keep stealing his name somehow.
Oh man.
Since everything right now is so glitchy.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm even playing this. I don't have Game Pass. I don't understand how I'm playing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have Game Pass and I don't have Live. I've been cheap. I haven't bought nothing.
In Xbox Live, they're not the best game this month, but they have another racing game again, so that's another thing that they added.
I do miss capturing my or claiming the free gold games. I need to just I think one of these days I'm gonna have to go damage one of these times.
We just have a whole team of damage people.
Right.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I believe it.
No healing, just damage. Everything's damaged, so we're just killing everybody.
Objectives control starting soon.
So we got the heavy.
I want to learn her, man, because she's good. I've seen her in action. I'm try her again.
Cause you got like that killing dober.
Yeah, I can always just change mid game if I have to. Alright, let's get out there. She got longer hair than me. Alright, let's go. This map's okay. We got this. We got this. Don't forget, you still got your custom command too, Kelso. Let's get that right lane.
Objectives activated.
Bring me closer.
Bullseye.
Let that healer's be picking little hard.
Hunt down Zero Cool.
See, I hate how he auto shoots. It's so dumb. Alright, well, I got Zero Cool out of there. At least we got the objective.
Much better.
Oh!
You have to have when you're targeting.
Gain pace to objective A.
Beat ball. Vulnerable.
Power ups will give us strength.
And they're not even coming for the objective.
Objective A is vulnerable.
Oh no, they're going for it. Of course it opens up now.
Objectives deactivated.
Where is everybody?
We must find objective A.
Wow.
It's a gift of stillness.
The shadow strike!
Objectives activated.
Thank you, Grace.
Oh yeah, her combo is insane.
They be captured.
We gotta get B.
Sins in my blood. Objective A is in peril.
Oh, I fell into the rock and got him killed though. Alright, we gotta go look for B. Well, two, or well.
Oh, that hits the spot.
Yeah, she heals. She's a tank.
They're taking objective B.
Your attempts will be trivial.
The life force within emanates.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Objective B is being stolen.
There we go. There we go. Let's capture this B. Looking good. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power. Here comes the missiles again.
Objectives deactivated.
Guys, you know what?
Oh, ain't you the sweetest thing?
Objectives activated.
Objective B.
Ho ho ho! I ain't gonna lie, I was pretty thirsty that round. Look, I heal and everything, bro. Like her healing ability, she's good. I think she's better because she's a little tankier. We're gonna try to come for B. Jim, come by me.
The shadow strike!
Did you just do Shadow Strike? What is that for? Behind us, bro. Oh.
Take cover, friends.
Oh no, I'm getting ganked hard.
Objective B to the good guy.
That's okay, we got it.
Healer.
Oh, get out of there. There we go.
In my blood.
Objectives deactivated.
Alright, looks like we're gonna have to go and get this one out.
To objective C.
It's almost here. That auto, right? That's crazy. I'm capturing.
Objectives activated.
Yeah, the whole team's not over here. I'm out. I'm dead.
A target is required.
Come on.
Vortex incoming.
Alright, well, we still got C, which is good. Stayed alive. Wow, that's surprising. I'm gonna go in here and help the team real quick.
Come, mate.
Oh, Jim, careful.
The life force.
Get him, Jim. Get him. Go.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, we did it. Good job, guys. Is the audio like weird in this game? Does it feel like it fades out or something? Jim, did you crash on us? We don't hear you. Oh no, don't tell me his computer shut down. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Maybe, guys. Maybe. Where's let me see what happened to Jim, guys. Oh, yep, I think he crashed. I think he crashed, guys. Hold on. Yep. He crashed. Poor Jim. Oh. See how long we've been on here so far. Pretty good. We had 6 hours. Almost. More than our usual. Alright, so while we're waiting on Jim, we're going to go ahead and check a couple things here, guys. Take a look. You guys know what time it is. Resident Evil came out. $60. Waiting on that one. I don't know. We'll have to see. No. Yeah, I don't think I picture you playing zombie games. I like Resident Evil, mostly the older ones. These new ones coming out, I play it just to keep up with the franchise, I guess. But like Resident Evil 6, I'd completely forgotten about that. Never finished it, so I'm playing that right now with my son. And then the RE2 remake, which was really good. And now the RE3 remake's about, so why not give it a try, give it a shot, see what's going on with it. But like I said, I think it's more that I played it for so many years, and now to see that they're remaking them, I think it's like that hype about it, which makes it interesting. But I'm seeing that RE3 is getting bad reviews already. RE2 did well, but RE3, I don't know why they're getting bad reviews. I think people are just complaining, saying that there's lack of exploration, because most of the Resident Evil games always was like an open map, and you had to kind of go where you think you needed to go. Rather, now it's more the map is laid out for you, so I guess that's one of the biggest complaints right now. Hype Squad, right? PC shutdown? No. Why, Jim? Why? You're welcome. All right, Jim. Oh, there he is. What happened, bro? Tell me.
Well, remember I was saying I was lagging in the game?
Yeah.
it just my PC shut down after that.
It's not good, bro. All that shutdown is gonna eventually get to the point where you're not gonna be able to boot back up again.
And the weird thing is, if I unplug the power cord and then plug it back in, it works fine. It turns on like instantly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, Assassin's Creed made an Odyssey? What the?
So I don't know if it's my power supply that's getting bad because it only had a 1-year warranty, so it's been a year.
Yeah, bad thing about those kind of warranties, man. Yeah, after a while, that's it.
Because it seemed like if I don't unplug it, it don't turn back on.
True, true.
I tried different power surge protector and it didn't help.
True.
So I don't know what the heck is going on, but it's annoying. But that's the first time it's done it. It's only done it twice today, so that's good. Because before it was doing it 4 to 5 times a day. Like as soon as I would load a game of it, it would just like crash.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's only been two times today.
So Kelso said, does it happen when an AC unit's turned on? So meaning, what you can do is, if something is overheating, you can apply a fan to the side of the case for now, or even have your case open and have a fan blow at it. And if it never shuts down, you have a heating issue. Should go check on my son, make sure he's actually sleeping, not pretending. So weird, man. He's not going to school. Like, that's crazy. All right. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Okay. So do we not win that last match?
All right, back in action. We need to upgrade surge protectors because these are old. Well, that could be important, but I don't think that would shut you down, though. Nobody was using anything. It's just the TV and the PC right now.
Yeah, our AC's on a different circuit too, and
Well, you're on a surge protector, right?
yeah.
Okay, so if it powered down, there's a light on it, and it will kick off, and you have to reset it. That never happens, correct?
Nope, it never happened.
Okay, so it's not your electrical or anything. Like I use a voltage meter. Like I have a box that I have everything connected to, and it tells me like the amount of like volts traveling, so that way I know I want to keep it at like 120. When I start seeing it fluctuate to like 117, 116 or something, I know that somebody's using like the washer, the dryer, the microwave, or something that's using a lot of electric.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on your house, usually if you're on a circuit breaker, you should be fine. But a lot of older houses that still run on fuse boxes, a lot of times the wiring in the houses are so old.
This is fuse box.
It is a fuse box? Okay.
Yep.
So with that being said, it means you're running on extreme old wiring. Understand that 50 years ago, there wasn't computers for houses. Yeah. There wasn't computers for houses. Like computers did not really start becoming into homes probably about what? We're Windows 10 right now. First Windows that actually became public was the only one I can remember was Windows 93? 95 I remember for a fact. I don't know what the first public Windows were. I don't know.
3.1.
Yeah. All I know there was IBM CRT monitors. I remember I was in like elementary school, I think, when computers were becoming a thing. So I'm a little up there in the age.
Yeah, that's when I was going to school, is when they had the Tandy computer.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was in
one screen.
I remember, I think I was, don't remember exactly which grade. I want to say around,
Built-in keyboard.
I was playing Where on Earth is Carmen Sandiego, Oregon Trail.
Yep, Oregon Trail.
Mm-hmm.
Tetris.
Even for me, junior high, we had computers in classes, and I remember when cheatcodecentral.com and supercheats.com were a thing to go get cheat codes.
Print those things off and take a moment to play your new game.
Yeah, like it's crazy, bro.
Oh man, yeah, I remember those days.
Did Kelso get on yet? Did he get the game?
He said he'll finish downloading.
I don't think I see him though. I know he's been trying to get on, but I don't know where he's at. Yeah, I don't see him. Maybe, I don't know. That's weird. I hope he didn't get the Steam version. Yeah.
Because right now this game's not worth buying, I don't think. I wouldn't buy it anyway.
Not $30. Well, you know there's going to be more characters, and you know... The main thing is you have to learn the meta of the game, too. Once you learn the meta, you'll be fine. Every game is different, plays differently.
Yeah.
But surge protectors are important, though. So when I hook things up, I always watch how much current I'm drawing. You know? You know.
I think we all are using PC Game Pass here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely, dude.
I'm not
I
doing
just
this
don't
on
know.
Xbox.
I just don't know how I'm able to play this on PC and Xbox. I don't have the Ultimate Game Pass. Something's not right. There's something on. Something's with my account, bro. Or maybe it's just I'm lucky because I did the beta. I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. You see, my temperatures don't even get hot either right now. In game, 46 degrees. Of course, it's at the menu, but still, it's
46 degrees in your game or CPU.
on the graphics card. The CPU is 44.
Yeah, you might have your fans too high, bro. So my CPU is at like 40 degrees Celsius, and my GPU is at 50 degrees Celsius. I don't think this game really takes much to run, to be honest. Ah, Kelso's missing doing the editing and fiddling with the OBS. Yeah, that's the fun and joy, man. Fun and joy. Keeping your panels up to date, keeping your Discord up to date, doing everything.
Yeah, I was messing with that app that you told me about. Oh man, that's a little weird.
Yeah, that's that because see, most people like the easier ways.
You have to have like different like end, start, end, all that stuff.
Wait, who did you? Wait, I don't see you. You're not in here?
Yeah, I got kicked in the lobby.
Oh, is there punishment in this game for leaving?
I don't know. I don't
Oh.
think so.
We're gonna find. Oh wait, leaving games in progress results in a lever penalty. You will backfill and be matched with other levers. Wow.
Oh, okay.
You won't be able to earn rewards until you restore your standing. Oh.
Wow, that's punishment big time. That's crazy.
You little reaper.
2, 1.
But that's.
Really that they're gonna put
But that's usually what these. That's good. I'm not gonna complain about it. These kind of games, you need that.
Cell spawn.
yeah.
I don't want to be matched with levers, bro. Let me just finish this match. Go ahead and do one if you like.
We'll see how performance
Need to get closer.
affects my graphics and my CPU right now. Because before it never got too high, but
Vortex incoming.
Come on.
Firepower to the max. Little loser. Pedal to the metal.
what happened to my Discord? It's making crap now.
Yeah.
It wasn't before because I had them on toggle.
That's true.
It's a bit far.
Hand endpoints activating in
Oh, that
10
was almost
seconds.
dead too. Dang, that sucks. You got away.
Yeah, true.
Hand endpoints activated.
Oh, Healer's doing a pretty good job.
Cannot hide.
Chucking a sucker.
Oh, I'm dead. Well, I hope my death result in us capturing the point. Yeah, I don't want to get matched with like anything else. Look, even Kelso went live, and look, he's in the live stream group. Let's see if it gets announced in the promotion room. These are good testings. I like this. Did you join into a match?
Feel the metal.
Getting ready to pound. Maxing out.
Oh, so we got a quitter instantly. Wow, that's cool.
Tendon points deactivated.
Deploying protection.
Have you seen my tree?
I am the recharger.
Power cells spotted.
Wow. No. Hmm.
Still gotta wait 30 seconds even though everybody's ready. Oh, damn.
Oh boy. But you know what though? There are some goods about the game. I know we're complaining a lot about it these days, but they've gone a few different routes on things. They took the risk.
Need to get closer. Firepower to the max.
Collection phase complete.
Actually, you didn't have random siblings.
Pedal to the metal.
Right, that's true.
Cannot hide.
Time stands still.
Tendon points activated in 10 seconds.
Wow, I just got hit by the train. No, and he did too. Ha!
Firepower to the max. Oh.
Oh no, did he lit? No, what? He lit the train?
Points activated.
Wow. All right, we gotta hold it down, bro. We gotta hold it down. All right, we got this.
I got a second team.
Way too far. Back on me.
There you go. That's good. That's good. All right, guys, we're holding it down. We're holding it down. We got this. Gotta go get this ejected real quick. Oh, I don't have any to sell.
Tendon points deactivated.
Maxing out.
Nothing.
Power cells spotted.
Suck it up. Suck it. Here, kitty kitty. Ow.
It's all yours.
Come on.
You need a little something, something. Deploying protection.
Him, come on.
Hey. Ow.
Wow, man, she is annoying. Like she's
Ah, no.
that basic attack. Wrecked me though.
My kitty.
Wrecked me in the face. That was annoying, bro. Like she just did the same thing over and over, but took me out.
Yeah,
I
I hate
ain't
that.
joking.
Oh, nice. Cool. You were disconnected from the match due to a network timeout. Yay, I'm gonna get punished now.
Collection
Sweet.
phase complete.
No.
Time is now your enemy.
Tendon points activating in 10 seconds.
my god. Well, we're down by a few points, guys. So we gotta get power cells. That's what we need to do for this mode. Let's go grab us some power cells.
That was some good teamwork right there, wasn't it?
Vortex incoming! It's a bit far.
Oh my god, get off! Whatever, that's annoying.
Handing points
Did you hear that?
deactivated.
So what happened when you relaunched the game?
It didn't say anything about being punished or anything.
Okay, well, it did say you could work your way back. I guess you gotta do so many matches of like not getting disconnected. I mean, disconnects.
It's my fault that it was a disconnect on the server end, so it's not my fault that I got disconnected. So I shouldn't be punished for a game issue.
Right, true.
But yeah, I hate that stun lock thing where they like keep attacking you and just keep spamming it and spamming it. Like, wow. It doesn't even take skill. You just sit there and just keep clicking or keep shooting or pushing the button.
That's true.
Kitty, ready to pound!
So when you're stunned,
Wow.
nothing. Oh no! I just seen that. Wow.
Need to get closer. Here, kitty, kitty.
Collection phase complete. Handing points activated in 10 seconds.
Nothing I could have done there. Okay. All right.
Handing points activated.
Far out.
No. Okay, my match is over. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Bum 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 bum.
Oh, that stupid Alt R thing, dumb.
What happened?
To do emotes and stuff, the chat wheel is Alt.
Is Alt?
And if you push Alt R, it brings up my Radeon thing.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, a lot. Alt is a bad command for anything. Even sometimes when I use macros, I use Alt. I do Alt in whatever. Yeah, you might want to change that because honestly, it looks like there's a lot of keys not even being used in this game. You got plenty of choices.
So I just like brought my Radeon thing up there and made the game completely lag out. And...
Hmm.
Ooh, yeah, that's okay. I can't do this. Don't want to quit though.
Right, right.
Right here, that's great. That's nice. That's cool. Come on, teammates. What are you? Oh, my whole team ain't even attacking. They're just going into hand and stuff. Ow, oh, wow.
What happened?
I just got nuked by those bombs that drop on your head.
Oh no.
It's like crazy. Got hit by 3 of them. Oh, somebody rage quit already.
People are so bored on social media, bro.
Oh yeah.
Everybody keeps asking me like, how am I handling to stay at home? I'm like, I'm a gamer. It don't bother me. And like, I get to hang out with like viewers and like my moderators and my subscribers. I get to hang out with people virtually. It's not like we're physically, we don't have to worry about the 6-foot rule.
Oh, this lag in this map though sucks.
I like this meme. Person lighting a cigarette. Me. It shows the kid from King of the Hill, Bobby, covering his face with his shirt. I hate when people smoke around me, bro. I mean, look, if you smoke, cool. Go somewhere else, man. Like, don't do it in front of the kids and don't do it in front of people. Like, go walk outside. I hate when I go into somebody's house and they light a cigarette just like casually, just like nothing. Or here's my favorite, when they like, especially when I have somebody in my car. Oh, I flip out, bro. My bipolar kicks in real quick. I'm like, you are not about to light that cigarette in my car. No. I don't want no ashes. I don't want the stench. I don't want nothing from it. It leaves an after smell in your car. It gets all over your carpet. It gets all over the side of your vehicle because they have it out the window. It's terrible.
Oh, thanks, Taylor, for not healing me up. Thank you very much. The heal is not even there. Wow, cool. He's going somewhere else.
Oh, I never knew that. The video with Eminem when he was singing the Godzilla video. You know, the girl that wearing all pink licking the basketball? That's MGK's ex-girlfriend. Wow. That is cold, bro. The thing is, he didn't even like mention it in his song or nothing. He just went up to MGK's ex, said, yo, I want you in my video, and pretty much just used that against MGK without anyone even realizing. That's crazy. I need to get back into... I'm done. I'm done, bro. Oh my, how's your match looking?
Just barely started it because I just wanted to restart another match, see what happened. I'm gonna die, yeah. Come on. Come on. Get off me.
That is crazy.
What the heck? How did you just spawn out of nowhere? What? That was weird. It's like popped out of nowhere.
Mm.
Didn't know they had that ability. Especially the double sworded guy.
Yeah.
Well, not the double sworded guy, but the one with the double knives. He was nowhere.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that Twitch spot on Discord, bro. That was crazy.
I might just go AFK on this match. I got the most damage and most stats too because I keep getting triple teamed, quadruple teamed. Might just go AFK.
Right.
We're winning still, but teamwork is garbage.
I think Stream Elements finally added me into their store thing. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save up. I'm just gonna make a couple outfits because I do want to wear some on stream, and then we'll take it from there.
Well, that was just weird. I did my shadow strike, and there was a guy in the circle, and it didn't kill or attack him.
Wow.
Oh.
Did you see that message on Discord?
Let's check it. I'm kind of done with this game. My teammates are not good. Oh man. Wow.
Wow.
Holy cow.
You like that though?
That's pretty good though, yeah.
People are bored. I'm done. That is crazy, bro.
Battles because you would distract the enemy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, true. So I guess the police department on GTA now, they hired over like 17 cadets. It's a lot of training, man. They added new things too. They added now you can rob the little banks, like the little Mika banks now. They added a lot of new things. I don't know. Been kind of lazy. I ain't gonna lie.
Anyway. This stupid auto aim trace is annoying.
Yeah, I know.
I hit one of those jump pads. I flew up in the air.
They still shoot you
Hit me with that
the whole time.
the cage thing.
Really? Oh yeah.
Trapped and they were able to kill me. It's like, why?
But you know what? The cage thing, I can kind of understand. Allow that to be automated. That's cool, because that's obviously that'd be hard to aim, but not everything.
Yeah, but when you're on the jump pad, you should be like,
Right? They should only be able to cage while you're on the ground. I get what you're saying.
yeah. I was flying in the air and he just like caged me. I was trying to get away, and I get caged in midair. What? How far can you shoot, dude? Wow, whatever. So you can shoot clear across the map too with that character. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Wow.
That cage girl is annoying. I just got shot from quite a far away, and it killed me. They weren't even close to me either. I was running away. Yeah, you're aiming at somebody else, but you hit me.
That's true.
Okay, yeah, I'm. All the time because my teammates are never there.
Mm.
I've done 7,500 damage, but I've died 8 times and only got 3 kills because I'm always trying to fight the whole team because my teammates are all never there. Oh. What? Come on, he was in there.
Well, that's not good.
Oh, come on, the stun lock. Can I move? Oh, that's annoying when you get locked on the ground and they just stun lock you forever on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, you can shoot around corners too. Cool. Okay, yeah. Automated aim, man. That's. I don't care if I won that match or not. That was trash.
Do we know the company that made this game or no?
I'm not sure who it is.
Hmm.
Leave game now. I don't want to read all, see all this. I don't care about that. This game's starting to make me rage. That auto aim is just, it's got to go.
Oh, I know.
Because when you could shoot around corners and stuff like that, basically because they're shooting you, and it just keeps locking on, and as you're running around a corner and it's still hitting you, that's dumb. What is this? Chip strike grants 50 HP shield for 1.5 seconds. Okay, that's Windows G. party you are trying to join is no longer valid. What? Okay. So the party system on this Windows G thing doesn't last very long, apparently.
No?
Yeah, it said that I tried to enjoy the party and it said it was invalid.
Wow. That is crazy.
Okay, after playing a full game, my CPU or my graphics card has gone up to 52 degrees, but still not.
Nah, graphics card, you're fine. You got up until 84 degrees, 80 degrees, give or take. I usually say don't go above 80. Everybody has their own personal preference. When you go above 80, you have to be careful. And then CPU, same thing, above 80. I mean, typically your CPU shouldn't really be running as high. It just depends on the cooler you have. So if you're going liquid or air cool, it can vary. Cleaning your PC tower helps.
Mine's a stock cooler, so
Yeah, honestly, if you want to stick to stock cooler, they have some pretty good regular airflow fans that are like $50 to $60. They're not bad. They come with like a bunch of heatsink plates, and they really keep your system cool. Now, granted, they're better than stock, obviously, but the only problem about those air fans is that they're so bulky. Sometimes they put a lot of weight on your motherboard. It can lead to bad things if you're not careful.
yeah. Yeah, the CPU never really gets hot anyway. It's usually around 40, 50 degrees all the time. Even with high demand games, it still don't get that hot.
Yeah. All right, let's get you back in here. We'll go ahead and get a few more games in and see what's going on.
Yeah, this game's starting to annoy me.
I know, me too, me too. We got to see it days, Dingo. That was our main goal. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just
Yeah,
maybe this is what they want. This is how they want to do it. And again, it is crossplay, so maybe this was a way to balance it. I don't know, because these type of games are usually not crossplay.
Yeah.
Like Overwatch. Overwatch is not crossplay because let's be real, PC would dominate.
Oh yeah.
This could be crossplay because it's a lot of third person can be crossplay. Like Smite was crossplay because why not?
Yep. I like how they did crossplay and they also did the cross progression, which that was so.
That's
cool when they did that,
beautiful.
'cause
Yeah.
I had so much stuff on Xbox, and then when they did the crossplay and then they did I was like, oh, it carries over, yes.
Right. But this game is part of Game Pass, so if you're looking for something a little different, you want to try something new, I mean, this is a good chance to do it.
It's not bad. Some characters have that stun lock thing where when you're down on the ground, you're stunned and you can't get back up, and they keep hitting you. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah. I think we'll be all right. I did like that new support character though. She's not too bad. I got used to her.
Extra teleport thing, like everybody could teleport like everywhere all over the map.
Yeah. Okay, good. We got a support. We got a tank, and we got 2 damage. Let's go.
What this guy do? Nice ninja guy, but
Objectives control starting soon.
All right, we got 30 seconds for all this. There's a lot of these like cartoony games nowadays. I mean, one, it's easier to operate, I guess, and make. I don't know.
I think I was here.
If I can somehow figure out a way to get Star Citizen to run on a controller, I could play it on my phone.
3, 2, 1.
But that's gonna be fun, bro. I'll have to create multiple profiles because that game's got so many on-screen things.
So many keys.
Yeah, where we going, Jay? I'm on your 6, bro. Let's get this one. Wow. Oh, okay.
Objectives
So quick.
activated.
Get you guys some heals. Wow, okay. Oh my god, how does she have full health? What, the other person did nothing?
Wow. Guess not.
Wow. Well, you know what? This guy's doing objectives. I'll give him credit for that. We got the capture there, which is great.
New life begins.
Man, why is my CPU 90%? Come on. There's nothing running on my computer.
Yeah, this game seems to be high demand for some reason.
No, I got something running in my background. What the hell? No, stop running.
The enemy's taking point C.
Oh, of course you can.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh my god, this CPU crap, man. Come on, what is this? Don't tell me my Windows is updating.
Safety surrounds you.
Objectives activated.
They've stolen objective B. It's rightfully ours. I am ready to stop our foe.
We're still objective B.
We are but ghosts to them.
have objective B.
Oh my god, my CPU, bro.
How do you still have full health? What the heck? I'm doing damage. Oh, forget this. This person has full health, but I can't even do any damage to him. That's ridiculous.
Here, come to me.
Talk healer.
Annoying.
I put a shield around you.
Yes,
Objectives
good.
deactivated.
That's like the most annoying character in the whole game.
Yeah, I know.
You heal me, I'll heal you later. Maybe.
Objectives activated.
Got a sleeper over here. Objective A is lost.
How the heck do you keep getting away? What the heck?
Oh my god, after this round, man, my computer's going derpity dirt, man.
I've got objective C captured.
I was like,
Thank you, Flaming.
one of the maps. It was bad.
5 years. Whoa!
Of stillness.
Ah, that's the good stuff.
I am ready to stop our foe.
Objective C. Let lazy be. The shadow strike.
There we go, there we go.
We are but ghosts to them. Halt, foe. Ask yourself. Is
There we go. I gotta figure out what's going on here, guys.
I've taken point B.
Objectives deactivated.
What? How? What?
Welcome back, Thomas.
What the heck?
Yeah, nah.
Objectives activated.
Objective A belongs to them now. The barrier has risen.
Still didn't kill him? What the heck? Wow.
Bamboozle you!
My life force protects you. Show me a target.
Come on. Wow, my CPU.
Now the graphics went down. What the heck?
I can't, bro. My processor's driving me nuts. Like, I'm spiking. Why am I spiking? Like, really bad. I'm gonna restart my computer after this one.
I have
None
some lag spikes here and there too.
Yeah, but this is unacceptable. I've been fine all day. This is extremely noticeable. Like, I know what's wrong, what's right. This is not right.
Objectives deactivated.
I'm gonna check Windows updates real quick. I think something's going on.
Objectives activated.
I am ready to stop our foes.
Them weasels took objective B.
I have objective A. Enemy captured objective A.
Yeah, it's not that.
Of course, yeah, I had to have 2 people show up now. That's cool. You shoot me from this side of the map. That's cool.
Use your head.
We are but ghosts to them.
What? Mid-air, whatever.
Cover, friends.
Kick me in mid-air. Okay, cool.
Wow.
My life force protects.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna start closing some things, guys. Hold
I
on.
like to see if these things, but yeah, he just came. Forget you. I'm not even gonna worry about you fighting you. I'm just gonna go to check you.
Objectives deactivated.
Everything's running better now, which is good.
Objectives activated.
That stinks so good.
The gift of stillness.
Whatever. Okay. Good news is, I think it's running better now.
See, and sweet God, I'm proud of myself. Ooh, C-Force!
My spirit strengthens.
Discord messed up for some reason.
So Discord just added something new called server template. Server template is an easy way to share your server setup and help anyone create a server instantly. When someone uses your server template link, they create a new server pre-filled with the same channels, roles, permissions, and settings as yours. Wow,
Oh wow, cool.
that's interesting. Maybe was that installing in my background? What the heck?
Could have been. Yeah, this game is just.
Yeah, mostly every game nowadays, to be honest. Much as we hate to say it.
And this just they need to change the name of the game. Not Bleeding Edge, it's no skill game. You don't have to have skill to play this game. You just click and you're done. You're doing your
Yeah.
Your game does all the work for you.
Yeah, just like I said, I know it's new, so we'll see. I don't know. Definitely auto aim, take that off, and I don't know. But the way they got some of the abilities, the way they're laid out, it's like it relies on it. So I don't know how that would work.
The auto aim, I got kicked in midair and got killed.
Mm.
You know how you do the jump where you can jump out of there? I got kicked in midair and they killed me.
Trying to think what else could be the problem here.
I'm thinking everything about this game is kind of just to annoy people.
No. From a developer's point of view, it's all about making games user-friendly nowadays. Developers are focused on keeping veterans and also keeping new players and also making the game balanced to where it generates for both. They're just trying to make games for everybody, and that's the problem. That's like Counter-Strike, for an example. These guys, they said they don't care about console. Look at the 360 edition. It did absolutely nothing. It was garbage. Nobody liked it. So, but their main focus was PC. That was their where their bread and butter was. Like, they didn't really care about the 360 edition. It was just a game of PC, but for console, and console players didn't like it because, one, it didn't benefit the console players. They just couldn't keep up with it. It was definitely a PC game. And that's what's happening with games nowadays. I like the crossplay, but it's really, they're taking away the competitive aspect. Like, they're removing the challenges and the grind of learning how to play. Now they're trying to make it to where, oh, I got this kill, or I did this, I did that, and you're getting lucky, so you think you're doing so great. I don't like that.
Yeah,
like
this game should be based on Xbox or console only. This is not a PC game. It's not for PC at all.
I'm surprised it's even on Steam. It hit Steam, so I don't know what company this is. Obviously, they must be doing something.
Does it tell you what company it is? No. Jibber jabber.
Right now I'm at 30% CPU, so it jumps a lot when I'm in game. I think I had to restart Trixzbot. I think Trixzbot went crazy on me too.
Okay, the game company is called Ninja Theory.
Wow.
Never heard of them.
Never did either.
I don't. This game, I'd probably rather play last year over this game. And I got the hate last year because last year was just, it got to be pretty trashy too.
Yeah, but you know what though? Last year's not bad. Like, I like that you had to grab the survivors out the locker. It's not like Resistance where the survivors just like magically teleport to the exit gate. I hate that.
Oh yeah, that game.
There's every company has those pros and cons or flaws.
And a lot of the developers don't actually want to listen to the feedback that they get. They just read it and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll think about that, or we'll put that in." But if you want to make a game around people that, like, if they have the multiple complaints about the same thing, change that.
Right.
because the people that are paying you the money for these games are the ones that's giving you the feedback. So you should listen to the people, the viewers, and the people that play the game. A lot of companies don't want to do that. They just want, oh, my game's the way I want it. I like it this way. And that's why a lot of games fail nowadays, because they don't listen to
Oh, I think there's something going wrong with my game. Yeah, there's something not responding in Bleeding Edge. Okay, I think I need to restart it.
oh.
That might be why. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because for a second I ain't gonna lie, man, I was a little scared. I was looking at a file and I hit open file location. It wouldn't let me go to it. I'm like, don't tell me I got a virus.
Ooh.
And the whole time it was the game. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Let me go ahead and restart this real quick.
Yeah, I had an issue earlier. It said I got disconnected from Game Pass or something. It's like, I should.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I think when that message did pop up about the I bet you this game runs much better on Steam. I'm not paying $30. No.
Yeah, nope. This game's not worth $30.
But not Bleeding Edge, but the Steam games in general, just they run so much more sufficient. Like I don't like this I don't like this solid silly. And then Thomas comes in with the drums. Oh my gosh. Oh, Ninja Theory. Yeah, I do see it. You know what I'm gonna do? I noticed that the game doesn't run on high priority. If you right click on the game, it actually only runs on normal.
Normal?
I'm gonna do above normal. This operation cannot be completed. What?
What? So it won't let you run higher?
So yeah, I can't change the priority set. What the wow. Whatever. That's why I don't like Windows 10 games.
Don't even let me go to what? Details. It don't even show up on my details. What the heck?
Yeah, no, it won't. On your details, it's called that's why I said I thought it was a virus at first. It's called Mode Blade Client.
Mine says it's not responding.
Yeah, mine did the same thing. That's why I restarted it. Oh, it says it again.
Yeah, I just clicked on it. It said it was not responding. What the heck? When you right click onto it, it says go to details, and it doesn't even give you the option to go to details. Wow, cool game.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I had to actually look for it by clicking on details.
Where are you at, Jay? Why are you hiding on my friends list? Where the heck you go? Oh, there you are.
It kicked me? Oh, yeah, it kicked me.
Yeah, I restarted.
Yep, this game yeah, like I'm believing what they started saying on the Steam version that yeah, this game is not worth it.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where it's worth like what that one guy said, $5-10.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I mean they did price it at 30. At least they didn't try to go super try hard and go 60. If they would have went that far in, I'd been like, man, look,
I doubt anybody.
let me tell you something. Right.
They won't make no money. They go broke.
Where'd it go?
I hate when those things pop out.
Oh, it's annoying. I got plenty of backup straws though. I hate this desk, man. It's so hard to keep clean.
Yeah, that's one thing we need to get is a new desk, because this desk is, I hate the glass top, and where my tower's at, it's kind of like a little side holder thing for it, but
Yeah.
I don't want it that low. I want it up higher off the ground, so I'm not having to deal with my mouse being with the cord. I
Right.
keep putting my foot on the cord, and then it gets stuck, and I can't move my mouse
That's amazing.
when I'm trying to stretch out or something. I accidentally put my foot on the cord, and it gets stuck, and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Okay, so. Ooh, what the?
So what do we got? What are you doing? You doing the ninja?
Yep, ninja guy, yep.
And then you got Granny. All right, let's go. The snake guy is pretty good.
Starting soon.
Let's
Oh,
roll.
that thing's annoying.
He is pretty good. When I'm going up against him, he's not bad, but he is not really a fighter.
Yeah, but he's annoying because you can sit there and just keep poking at you from a distance and
clean clothes, young man?
stun lock you and all
Oh,
kinds of
it's the
stuff. It's
fashion
super
police.
annoying. I think most of the time when I got killed is because of that snake guy. I tried to kill him and... Did you just kill yourself?
Yeah.
Power cells spawned.
I didn't mean to fall. You know what I really want to play? I wish they'd make a new Mass Effect already.
GG, easy.
I heard something out there talking about Lego one, but I don't know what it is.
Wow, we got an AFK player, man. Hopefully he gets out here and help us out.
Collection phase complete.
Come here, sugar.
What the heck, no? What the heck? Wow, somebody was hacking. They just let me lag.
In 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm dead. There ain't nobody here. Oh, well, there's no objective yet. No, right.
Hand-in points activated.
As soon as I started with it there for a fight,
Fired
I
up
got
the firewall.
You idiot!
Y'all can slap me with bread and call me.
Let's go. Oh my god, this guy's AFK, man. Wow.
Easy.
Wow.
What is this idiot doing? Just trying to help the other team?
Well, just what's his name? What do I do? What is it? A kid? That's why he's got 0 points. I'm gonna go ahead and report.
What the? Oh, I get killed because I'm trying to report this. Griefy
Yeah,
trolling.
I reported him.
In general.
There's no point, yeah.
Zone C.
Power
Yeah, see, I don't like that they show them on the map. Like, I don't want to see each other. Like, they should not see me.
My turbo is charged.
power cells spawned.
Cool.
Like, that's dumb. Like, look, they should not know I'm over here. Look. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's stupid. Now we got two AFK players now. Wow, this is awesome. I wonder if it's better to actually just quit the game and just playing with people that leave.
Collection phase complete. Engine points activating in 10 seconds. Engine points activated.
All right, we're
Scoring at B.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
come on, give us the power cells already.
Power cells spawned.
Oh, there they are. Let's get them. Wow.
Came out of nowhere. Wow, okay.
Come on.
Guy just like randomly called out of nowhere.
Yeah, right. I hate this, bro.
And of course, we got 2 AFK players.
People killed it. And you can't even like, you can't even boat kick or nothing.
I know, that's dumb. Like, what's the point if you play the game? Play the game. Don't.
That part is they're level 22. Oh, they're playing a character they don't play that much. They're just doing it for the points. That's what they're doing.
Wow.
Ain't no point, bro.
Why can't I? Every time I push enter, it like changes my screen size. What the heck is wrong with this dumb game?
Right.
GG, easy.
Collection phase.
What the?
Something, something.
What is wrong with this game, man?
I have no idea.
It says chat, enter chat, enter. I push enter and all it does is my screen's bigger and smaller.
Activating in 10 seconds.
My life force protects me.
Wow, they got the healer too.
Collection phase.
My life force protects me.
Hand-in points activated.
Yep, someone is cheating, yep, because they're not even playing. After a while, they're supposed to get kicked. Why is he not being kicked? Ah, this is stupid.
Yeah, that was dumb. I wish we had a full team, man.
AFK for just a few seconds. They'll pop what they're saying. You have 10 seconds to move.
Well, no, he moves. He moves a bit. He knows what he's doing.
But you have to actually
Make sure you
do more than just move.
make sure you look at him and make sure you mute him, and then block him. How do you? I want to view their Xbox profile, but that probably doesn't matter. Right, very true, solid, very true, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I was gonna do another game, but it's already game.
Anything's gonna be better than this game. This game is just, if it's gonna be this way all the time with people just joining just to get free points.
Well, the biggest problem about the gaming industry now is that this is why I love horror games and story adventure action games. Like I can't stand people sometimes.
Oh,
But multiplayer gaming is the new thing. It's what's there now. Like everybody wants battle royales and FPS shooters, and they want the online competition. Like that's what people want. This is why games are coming without campaigns now, because the new generation of gamers don't really give two craps about campaigns. Back in the day when we were younger, it was only campaign. You never had online, so you didn't have a choice. Now it's everybody wants online. Nobody really wants, and they're trying to make games balanced and more easier to play.
and if you had online,
Hey, Insane Uprising. He's the same guy we just played with.
And if you did have online players or games, you had 52K or super slow dial-up internet, which didn't help the game much.
Yeah. Oh, if you think you had problems, Jay, you should have Alan in chat. Ask him the problems he had when he was playing Modern Warfare.
Oh. My problems. They're not bad now, though. It doesn't crash like it did before, but it still sucks.
Yeah.
Objectives control starting
Let's
soon.
roll.
All right, let's go.
I bet you're a great dancer.
Looking for players.
I see Grandma on a ball.
Blow my own trumpet.
I'm done.
But I've been known to bust out a few moves in my day.
Oh, I just realized there's a crowd in this game. Oh, we're looking for a fourth player, or they're picking. Well, let's see what happens. Well, while that loads, I'll be right back.
Bubbles stewing, troubles brewing.
Objectives control starting soon. Three, two, one.
Let's go. Yeah. All right, Jay, how we gonna do this, bro? How we gonna do this, man? Jay, you're not in the game with me? Oh, he crashed. No.
Objectives activated.
Hooked a big one. Come get some sugar.
Our foe took objective B.
Hey! I can be slippery.
Oh, nobody there. Okay. Yeah, Jay's computer just crashed again, I think, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on here, actually. The hell is my mouse?